111. Ja, aeg on käes.
Now it is time to say good morning. I would like to welcome you all who have decided to participate here at the Narva Museum Conference, Culture and War. So you are here to think along and listen. I'm the moderator, Kaarel Vanamölder. And before we will start with the conference, I would like to remind you that here we have simultaneous interpretation available for into English and Russian, so find your headphones, and so you can find a suitable language. If anybody listens to English, please let the interpreters know. We are on your right-hand side, second floor, so you can wave to your interpreters so we know you're listening. So first of all, I would like to provide the introduction, and I would like to give the floor to the mayor of Narva, Mrs. Katri Raik. Good morning, everybody. So today, 80 years ago, in Europe, we saw the end of the Second World War, and Europe had a wisdom to maintain peace for a very long time. But unfortunately, one day, it was over, and we saw the beginning of war in Ukraine. Now Ukraine fights for all of us, for Europe, for Estonia, and for Narva. In our thoughts, we are with Ukraine. And if we talk about history and culture and war, we do think about this war, which is not so far from us. To foreign press, I always say that I looked at the announcement board in Kiev. Flight to Tallinn was 2 hours 20. And flight to Berlin was 2 hours and 40 minutes, so not much of a difference. And so Europe is very small. War and culture are going hand in hand in spite of all. Culture helps us to survive war, but culture and history, would it be films or books or songs or exhibitions, then they have a very big role in how we're going to discuss this war later and what it is what we can learn from it. So Narva is the right place. Unfortunately, it's the right place for that, to discuss how we are going to discuss victories and loss, and how we can have different understandings of history, how we can overcome it. And what happens if we are not able to survive at all. So I hope you will have a good conference. I would like to thank the Museum of Narva and Maria for organizing this conference. So welcome to our Ukrainian colleagues as well. So this morning we saw the installation of the Ukrainian children. So if you have not had a chance to see that, go and take a look. And to conclude, I have to say that I hope that there'll be peaceful skies in Ukraine, and for us it will also remain so today and always. So thank you. We learn from history and we maintain our culture.
Ja järgmisena tervitama kutsun siia Maria Smorževskihh-Smirnova.
So I would like to give the floor to Maria Smorževskihh-Smirnova, who is director of Narva Museum. Mrs. Mayor, dear partners, those interested in history, dear colleagues, I'm very happy to welcome you here today at this conference in Narva Museum, and the topic is culture and war. I would first of all like to thank those who supported our conference, the Cultural Endowment of Estonia, the representation of the European Commission in Estonia, Narva city government, and personally Katri Raik, and all of you dear participants, thank you so much. So we can start. The title of the conference is Culture and War. The issue how to approach this topic is the following. As the museum has written it, how
millised on võimalused
conflicts influence our heritage and what are the possibilities to protect that heritage during the war. So these are the topics that we will hear presentations on today. And we will have experts from Estonia and Ukraine making their presentations. The conference is in 2 sections or blocks, before lunch and presentations after lunch. And from 4 to 5, there is a public discussion on the same topic. So we have 2 blocks of presentations and then a public discussion where those in the hall can also participate. There will be 20 to 25 minutes per each presentation. You will have a quick Q&A session. We will pass around a microphone and then go to the next presentation or the next item on the agenda. Our first presentation today is titled The Work or Mission of a Museum During the Current War in Ukraine by Juri Savtchuk, director of the National Museum of the History of Ukraine in the Second World War. He himself is not physically present here, so his presentation has been recorded. And if you have questions or comments afterwards, then in the hall today, we have Juri's colleague, Iryna Kotsabiuk, who is ready to answer questions if you have any. But let's have a look at the first presentation then.
Dear ladies and gentlemen, my name is Juri Savtchuk. I am Director General of the National Museum of the History of Ukraine in Second World War. I want to thank the Narva Museum and Director Maria Smorževskihh-Smirnova for the invitation. This is an honor for me to tell you about the experience of our institution during the wartime. Our museum was established 50 years ago in 1974. This is one of the biggest of the most popular museums in Ukraine. For many years it was called the Great Patriotic War Museum. It was the main place of Soviet propaganda in Ukraine. Only 10 years ago its name changed to the modern one. But the real changes of the work of the institution began after the full-scale Russian invasion. February 24, 2022 became a breaking point. The deep rethinking of World War in Ukraine began after it. The citizens understood how dangerous Russian narratives of the Great Patriotic War are. Many challenges appeared for the museum, but there were also new opportunities and new experience for us. The first challenge was the save to our collection. We understood that if Russians occupied Kiev, they would destroy everything related to our history and identity. In the first day of invasion, we removed the exhibitions with the most unique materials. Next day, I personally evacuated them to the west part of Ukraine. When the Russians stood near Kiev, the museum was closest. It was like in World War II, empty street with soldiers and barricades, bombed houses. Even some of our exhibits were used again to protect Kiev. For example, the anti-tank hedgehogs from World War II. In 1941, they protected the city from the Nazi troops. In 2022, from Russians. In this video, you can see our museum on March 4, 2022. Our exhibits armored transporters were taken to the checkpoints in the city. They helped our soldiers defend from the Russian offensive. From the first day of invasion, the museum began documentation of the ongoing war. On March 8, together with photographer Olena Shevko-Plyas, we made a photo report of Kyiv during the defense of the city. In this way, we created the photo exhibition Kyiv One Day Report, March 8, 2022. It was the first museum photo exhibition about the full-scale war in the world. The presentation took place in Verdun, France, within the first months of the war. In total, it was displayed in 9 countries. As soon as the first Ukrainian territories were liberated from Russians, we organized field expeditions. In the Kyiv and Chernihiv regions, they began 3 days after the retreat of the Russian troops. Then these expeditions covered the Kharkiv, Donetsk, Kherson and Sumy regions in Ukraine. The latest trip was to the Kursk region of Russia. By now, the museum collected more than 16,000 artifacts of war. Documentation became the basis for our exhibition work. During the war, the museum presented 79 exhibitions in Ukraine and 15 countries abroad. Our project Ukraine Crucifixion was the first in the World Museum exposition about the ongoing war based on the original artifacts. It was presented on May 8, 2022. Since that time, we hosted more 800,000 visitors in our museum in Kyiv. Next year, we managed to organize 4 stationary exhibitions of the ongoing war abroad. They were opened in Riga, Tallinn, New York, and Bratislava. Our important missions is to consolidate international support of our country. For this, we need to spread the knowledge of the history and the current struggle of Ukraine. Our unique experience was the exhibition beyond the border of our native land. It highlights the Kursk operation of the Ukrainian Defense Forces and the historical background. The project started from our expedition to the Kursk region. It began on the 10 days of the operations. After our return, it took only 16 days to create an exposition. It was done only by the museum staff without contractors. I can tell a lot about it, but it's much better to see a short video.
Рома, ти колись був у суджі, Рома? Не був, поки що не пощастило. Молодець, я теж. Ром, я теж не був, ну, надіюсь побувати. Це суджа. Я зараз це наговорюю. А так, я був відряджений в Сумській області. Всі речі передали військові. Що це українською розмовляє?
А, так ми ж тут живемо, ми всі так і балакаємо.
Ви завжди тут балакаєте?
Так, кабина у нас. От вона, що ми зараз?
Групка.
Групка, як же?
Документы мои.
Ваши, это точно ваши документы?
Думайте, смотрите.
Сколько тут где-то человек в этой комнате? Сколько?
20.
Ось така, значить, річ. В підвалі мирні люди, воєнних нет. Тут суджа, вулиця Леніна. На колоні це, а потім кінотеатр. І тільки там інше кіно показує. Від Леніна. Це його ніс. Суджанські вісті, подивіться. Самий сакральний. По чуть-чуть. Обережно воно там кулями прошито. Воно вже обережно. Отак. Ось. Да. Це то, що облетіло весь світ. The most recent exhibition opened by the institution is a project called For Freedom. It's dedicated to the foreign defenders of Ukraine. They are volunteer fighters from different countries, US, Great Britain, Brazil, Germany, Poland, and many others. The expedition was made together with the Weatherman Foundation. This is an expression of gratitude for foreign citizens who joined the defense of Ukraine. The museum becomes a center of memory of the ongoing war. One of the most important memorial initiatives is the Martyrology of children victims of the Russian invasion. This multimedia installation was presented in Kyiv in 2022 and 2 years later in Kaunas, Lithuania. I'm very happy that the curator of this project, my colleague Iryna Kotsabiuk, is in Narva with you now. Also, a tradition of our museums is commemoration events dedicated to the fallen soldiers. The brothers in arms, families and friends attend these meetings. This is part of memorialization of the modern war by the museum. Nowadays, the museum is a center of cultural diplomacy. During the wartime, the museum hosted 145
international delegations from 50 different countries. Many of them were headed by the first person of their countries, presidents and prime ministers. One of our honorable guests was the president of Estonia, our Karis. The current events stimulate us to trace the parallels between the past and present war. The first project of this type was the exhibition Lend-Lease Reward. It was dedicated to the international support of the Allies in World War II from the US and the international political and military support for Ukraine from the free world nowadays. One of the big latest exhibitions in the art project was Inverse Perspective. It shows parallels between World War II and the current war through artistic reflections. The exhibition creates a dialogue between generations. Many topics relevant to the artists of the past are the same for us: reconstruction and life after the war, healing the traumas, destinies of children, survival of humans in the hell of war. These parallels also appear in the museum studies. We collected the stories of the Ukraine writers among the nations. More than 2,700 Ukrainians received this title for the rescuing the Jewish people during the Holocaust. Ukraine ranks fourth among 50 countries of the world by the number of writers. In the new war, we can also find such samples of civil heroism. For example, civilians who rescued the wounded Ukrainian soldiers in the Russian occupation, risking their life. Another museum project that focuses in World War II and the current war is the War Music Festival Surma. The museum's established in 2023. The idea is to preserve and promote the song's heritage of the past world wars and the current war. It also reflects the idea that the current war is a culmination of the long century struggle for the independence of Ukraine.
Шматочок землі, на запах, на смак і на дотик, тому що периметри цих територій вимірюють кроком піхоти.
Стане давніх нестач і стане нових голосів. Хай це буде не плач, хай це буде спів.
Грають сурми, грають, кулаки скликають, уряди смикають, буде візвіщають, гей!
Ми одвіку вільні українці, за свободу йдемо до кінця, коли стемрявою наодинці, хай а зима наче пекло, дим відчим барикади. Ай-ай-ай, він лише пам'ятав слова мати, повертайся живим.
A serious challenge is the transformation of the Soviet memorial space. It's necessary for filling the museum with new senses. One of the most important events was the replacement of the Soviet emblem on the shield of the Motherland Monument in 2023. Only the full-scale war stimulated this change. It was done within several weeks and at the cost of private donors. Now the emblems of the totalitarian regime is an exhibit in the museum's collection. The Ukraine national emblems, the trident, is raised on the tallest monument of Europe. The most recent action took place in December 2024. One of our locations is the Alley of the Hero Cities. These are 13 granite cubes with the names of the hero cities of the USSR. Until recently, it represented Soviet and Russian narratives. Now that letters and stars were removed from the cubes for restorations. The space will be used for the banner exhibition to commemorate the contribution of the Ukrainian people to victory over Nazism and the losses of our country. In the last few years, the culture of memory in Ukraine changed a lot. Many things that were usual before the war seems unreal now. One of the pictures of the slide in the museum staff with the replica of the so-called victory banner from the Reichstag in 1995. Not long ago, the similar replics were brought to our collection from liberated Kherson and Kursk region. In Russia, this banner is still a sacred symbol because the so-called Great Patriotic War is a core of the ideology of war. The new tradition of memory is also established on the official level. Earlier, the museum was a place of huge celebrations of the Victory Day according to the Soviet tradition. On May 9, now in Ukraine there is the only commemoration day. May 8 is the day of remembrance and victory over Nazism. For example, last year, on that day in our museum, the President of Ukraine, Volodymyr Zelensky, awarded the soldiers and their families. The memory of the past and current wars is connected in Ukraine. An important indicator of the museum's works is international recognition. Since 2022, the museum received 5 prestigious decorations on the international level. They underlined the museum's work on documenting the current war, exhibition activities, and professional resilience. At the end, I wanted to thank Estonia and its people for supporting our country. We feel your solidarity every day. We are very glad to be participants in the cultural partnership between Estonia and Ukraine. And we will celebrate our victory together. Slava Ukraini! Glory to Estonia!
aitäh, kas
Thank you very much. Are there any questions among the audience which Iryna could answer? With the microphone, please.
Спасибо за интересный доклад. Скорее всего, хорошо, когда я спрашиваю по-русски, тогда сразу будет ясно, да?
This interesting presentation. Your work is really important, showing the horrors of the war. How among your employees, and do you work with young people? What do you teach school children, and what do you do for them, for the students?
Сразу скажу. Да, конечно, мы работаем.
Yes, indeed, that we are working with school children because there are many programs which are aimed for school children. So I can say that working with students has changed, because now if we were to compare what happened before the full-scale war began, then I can say that many schools have transferred to remote learning. So in order to bring the school children to the museum, then the class teachers have to get a lot of permissions so that the bus could go through Kiev. So because we have air raids, and if there are air raids, then our transport can't move. And that means also that the school children have to be near the shelters if anything were to happen. But in spite of in spite of all these issues, we do still get a lot of students. There are many events. The excursions are quite important because the children will need to know what is our handling of the Second World War. And it is also important that they will familiarize also with the information regarding the current war. Because when it comes to an air raid, then the schools are closed, the class will start later. But the children are still happy, they laugh, and it's a real miracle. Because children can do all sorts of silly things, play around. And before the war, we did not allow them to be all that relaxed in the museum, but now the situation is changed because we try to attract them any way we can. Because we also had art studies involved, and so that means we were holding competitions where the children could come in for excursions. They had some sort of new ideas, and so that means that we also wanted to make sure that they got inspiration for their works. So the winner got a diploma, and the children are very happy. So many children were saying that this was very important for them, and that this kind of projects is something that they really enjoy. So school children are a very good audience. Thank you. Any other questions? Any comments? So if there's nothing further, then we can move on to the with Iryna, because next we will see the memorialization of the casualties of the Russian-Ukrainian war, a review of the project of performance of the multimedia Martyrology children. So we have here Iryna from the National Museum of History of Ukraine in the Second World War. So presentation is in Russian, slides are here, and you will hear the interpretation.
Я очень благодарна, что я нахожусь в Эстонии.
So I'm very happy to be in Estonia, in Narva. I'm very happy that you invited us and you gave us a possibility for us to discuss how our museum works and what it is what we're doing. We can discuss what has been going on, so what has changed. Because there was a lot of organizations which were not able to continue. The director of our museum has already spoken. He mentioned that I'm here. So I'm going to discuss our new multimedia project, which is Martyrology Children. So we are celebrating the on the 4th of June, the world commemorates the International Day of Innocent Children, Victims of Aggression. So Ukraine joined this initiative in 2021 because Donetsk and Luhansk Oblast included over 240 children who were killed. And on 4th of June, this is considered to be the National Memory Day of Children who died. So the beginning of the full-scale Russian invasion of Ukraine, the geography of child deaths expanded quite significantly. So we could see that the memorials are erected in the central squares of Ukrainian cities. Then the installations are made, performances are made, but they are all temporary. And the team of our museum set a goal to create an installation which would be more of permanent nature. So in year 22, when we started with this project, we did not quite know yet when it's going to be over and when children will stop dying. Because we know that when the explosions happen, then there are this kind of memorials where they bring toys and flowers. And so in year 22, we offered up a new possibility to remember for the remembrance of these children. So you can see the gates of a Petseri castle, or this fortress, and we opened in the year 22 the remembrance site for killed children. So we have more than one aspect here. So this has become a symbolic site for the victims of Russian invasion. So our partners here would be the prosecutor's office, and they are helping us with the data of the children who have died due to the war in Ukraine. And they also keep the documentation of the infringement of rights of children on the national and international level. So this project was opened on the 4th of June, 22. So the place of exhibition was chosen to be Pyatnitska Gates. And we have also memorial tree, which memorializes all the people killed in Ukraine. So as you can see here, there's a number of children who have died in year 22. So it was 262 children at the time. By now, there are many more. And this figure is changing on a daily basis. So when you enter the space, then the visitors will see the projections on the walls. So they are flickering candles, and they see the portraits of the children. So there is also a brief overview of the name of the child and the place of death. So this is the martyrdom, and because there are many sites in Ukraine, because they are for some of the civilians, but this one is dedicated to the children. So this is something which is forms a central focus, and they are the victims of this conflict. So there is very important emotional components, which is Sleep My Child. So this is the musical composition which is played at the site. And the exhibit is where the visitors feel that there's a special atmosphere of being alone with a child, feeling the bitterness and pain of loss. So right now, the prosecutor's office, as of May 2025, so there was this is the number of children who have been killed, which is 624. The number has already since gone up because it's there's now 2 more children, so the total number of killed children is 626 now. So this is how we are working. We have to fix the number. We're adding the photos. So these are the regions where we can see that the most, and the list is here. So there'll be Donetsk, Kharkiv, Dnipropetrovsk, and others as it listed here, but this is not all, but they are the ones who suffered the most, and these are the children who died. But this is how we collect this information. So first of all, we have cooperation with the General Prosecutor's Office, and they'll give us updated information. We are also talking to the parents, because it could be that if who would agree with the children who are displayed here. So this is one of these victims, 13 years old, and the Russian occupants shot at the car, and they died. You can see what his hat looks like. So they were attacked really 2 times. So the so this hat was added to the coffin. Let me see now if I can get this video going for you.
Нет, не получится. Вернусь назад. Это очень трогательный момент.
So this is a very touching moment. So when we had the exhibit open, this is one father of a child he's from Kherson. So he's a young police officer who lost his family in the same day, so his own parents and children and wife. So the Russian army was shooting at them. So the adults died right away, and the children were in the car. So when he found out, he said that we're not having children in order to have them killed. So he bought 2 toys, 2 teddy bears. So he brought 2 teddy bears to the exhibit, which has become a tradition.
People bring soft toys, and soldiers leave their badges. Our Martyrology has been visited by about 120,000 people in these 3 years. On the basis of the Martyrology, we have had several memorial events. Here in these pictures, you can see medallions. These are made from parts of tanks, Russian tanks. On the one side of the medallion, one side is missing, so to say. On that place, there should be a number, the number of perished children. But this will add to the medallion when the number is final. Many organizations have joined our cause. And under the leadership of the First Lady, there was a special exhibition made Unfinished Book of Life, which was based on our Martyrology. We had many special guests, including the President of the Republic of Estonia, who also saw the Martyrology and visited us. On the 1st of June, in 2022, he was interested in how we gather data, what our losses are, and what we intend to do in the future. Here you can see the Deputy Chairman of the Estonian Parliament, Helir-Valdor Seeder, and we have had many international delegations coming to see us. On the 4th of June, 24, during the commemoration of the dead children, the First Lady of Ukraine, Olena Zelenska, said that the main events were happening on the basis of a Martyrology. And she said, and she turned to the community and our officials. She said, I once again appeal to the international community, help us save our children. We cannot measure the value of their lives by the cost of our air defense. Therefore, I appeal to everyone here, our children need to be saved. The salvation is protected as a protected sky. So in 2024, President Zelensky met with Narendra Modi, the Prime Minister of India, on the 7th of November. Our multimedia project, Children, was presented in Kaunas in the Fort Museum. And as the First Lady Diana Naudesina said, who's the patron of the exhibition, is that Lithuania is calling on other countries to protect the children of Estonia who are not only suffering from the war, but also are deported to Russia, and they are illegally adopted. And it is our task to stop the demolition of European identity. And with this exhibition, we invite you to think about the children who died in the war. Our project influences the culture of compassion. On September 26, 2024, in the city of Gabrovo, for witnessing the resilience of the Ukrainian people and the decisive role of museums in the protection of freedom and independence, the Multimedia project received a special award from the jury of the international competition Heritage in Motion of the European Museum Academy EMA and the international NGO forum Slovanskih Kultur. There is a sincere wish never to create such projects again, not to expand them, not to develop them, but to put a full stop there. It's very difficult for us to communicate with the parents of the children who have died. Even on the 24th of April 2025, a ballistic missile hit Kiev, and one of the missiles destroyed a building where many people perished, including an entire family. And when we went there with our photographer, we paid attention to a group of young people standing near that building, near the ruins of the building, and they explained that my friend is there. We are waiting for the rescuers to save him. His name is Daniil. And they couldn't put up with the idea that he was not alive anymore. In 5 hours, the rescuers brought Danya and his mother and father, their bodies out from the ruins. And that was a very unpleasant feeling of incapability or helplessness, children looking at children who are dead. Thank you for your attention. I believe we will go on with this project to introduce, to show people what Ukraine is going through at the moment, and to discuss what we could do so that children in Ukraine would not die. If you have any questions, please feel free to ask them. Are there any questions? Any comments? It's quite a difficult topic that we have to reflect here. In November, we saw, when we opened this exhibition in Kaunas, that many people, even those who follow what is happening in Ukraine, what was there in Juri's presentation and in this one, this is a shock, even for these people. And this is something that you need to reflect. Maybe you have to even phrase your questions or comments. I can't even try and put myself in your shoes. But as a museum, we try to think how your museum is carrying out your mission and how you have changed it, how you could pull yourselves together. For example, all the horrors that happened in Bucha, how against that background you found the strength to come to the museum and start saving cultural heritage. So quite quickly, when we worked quite quickly started to work on a new strategy. How to, in this current war, how to start documenting this war. It's a very difficult task. Thank you so much for the work you're doing. And I believe that we will have more questions and comments, but maybe for the discussion then. So now it's time for a short coffee break. We will be back here at 12:15, and then we can discuss in a more free atmosphere what we heard. So meet you here again at 12:15. The coffee is available in the foyer. So let us go on with our presentations. Before the lunch break, we have two more presentations. The first one is more or less like the title of the conference, but the words are reversed. War and Culture by Maria Smorževskihh-Smirnova from Narva Museum. The floor is yours. On the morning of February the 22nd, 2022, my news feed featured a video of a speech delivered by Putin the previous evening, February the 21st. While preparing for work, I didn't plan to listen to it in full, but within minutes, I felt a déjà vu. Putin's references and his discussion about historically Russian lands seemed almost exact copies of the text from the early 18th century, during the Great Northern War. Back then, Tsar Peter the Great used similar rhetoric to justify to his subjects and Europe the conquest of Swedish territories. Putin's speech left no doubt. A large-scale invasion of Ukraine was about to happen in maybe just a few hours. When I arrived at work, I weighed down by these thoughts. I shared them with my colleagues during a meeting about exhibition plans. I remember their reaction. They answered, "Where is war and where is culture?" The situation happening in Ukraine doesn't concern us. I replied, "Of course it does. And our culture is on all levels facing a completely different reality, a new challenge." The new reality arrived 2 days later, on the morning of February the 24th. Estonian cultural institutions promptly took a firm stance, cutting all official ties with Russia and expressing full solidarity with Ukraine. Culture is often described as a bridge, which is supposed to connect. In Narva, a bridge between two countries is not just metaphorical, but an integral part of the city's landscape, both physical and mental. Yet in times of war, bridges are among the first casualties. This has happened to all bridges in Narva. During World War II, Narva's bridges were destroyed, only to be rebuilt in peacetime. The largest, named Friendship Bridge, which was rebuilt after the war, and it retained its name even after the dissolution of the USSR. With Estonia's entry into the European Union, we began constructing new cultural bridges with Russia through cross-border cooperation programs. These included river promenades on both sides of the Narva River, and large-scale projects like the restoration of the Narva and Ivangorod fortresses were funded by European initiatives. And this promoted the development of culture in both cities. The 2016 reconstruction of Narva Castle was named Two Friends, highlighting the unique relationship between the two fortresses and this architectural ensemble. This indeed is unique because these two fortresses are separated by just 101 meters. Over 500 years, these fortresses have been both enemies and friends, and the river has been a symbol of both border and unity. For example, until 1940, according to the Tartu Peace Treaty, Ivangorod was part of the Republic of Estonia. Even during the COVID-19 lockdowns, when borders were closed, the cultural bridges persisted, although life came to a standstill. In spring 2021, we organized with our colleagues, with the support of the Estonian embassy, we organized a concert, a duet performance by two musicians on opposite fortresses across the river. Culture inherently seeks to connect and overcome barriers. It is an aspect that is characteristic of a culture and that unites very different people. February 2022 made it clear that bridges can only be built when the other side poses no threat. Building cultural bridges with an aggressor is not just dangerous, but ethically unacceptable. 3 years ago, refugees began crossing the Narva Bridge into Estonia. These were Ukrainians who were able to leave the territories occupied by Russia. Among the first were cultural professionals from Mariupol. And they were among the first to arrive. We heard about the horrors of the city's blockade and the war crimes committed by Russian occupation forces. Others crossing into Narva were also Russian cultural figures who, driven by conscience and safety concerns, chose to leave their homeland permanently, in many cases together with their whole families. Cultural professionals were among the first targets of Putin's repressive regime, facing arrests even for saying the word war. Let me remind you that since February the 24th, the word war in relation to Ukraine has become taboo in Russia, and it has been replaced with the euphemism special military operation. This was part of the Kremlin's broader myth that Russia never attacks first and never has. The year 2022 and the events that happened have reminded us of another very important task of culture: to recognize the true essence of phenomena and things, not to shy away from complex, often too taboo topics, and to have the courage to talk about it, not only in a narrow circle of colleagues, but also with society. This task has turned out to be much more difficult and dangerous than building bridges. The foundation of culture is always a system of values. For Estonia, which has survived several occupation regimes and defended its independence in a long struggle, these are not only the basic values of the European Union, but also national historical memory, as well as the principles of cultural community backed up in the Constitution. In his speech on February the 24th, Putin also referenced values. The so-called collective West, according to him, seeks to destroy our traditional values and impose pseudo-values that would erode our society from within. The same attitudes that they are already aggressively imposing in their countries. Among other absurd reasons, Putin claimed that the military invasion aimed to, so to say, restore Ukraine to, in inverted commas, correct cultural values, with Russia as their sole bearer. At the end of his speech, Putin mentioned culture again. I quote, "The well-being, the very existence of entire states and nations, their success and viability always originate in the powerful root system of their culture and values." Sounds convincing. However, in the context of what Putin said above, these words sounded like a direct threat to all those states with whose cultural so-called values and in essential freedoms Russia does not agree. Culture found itself unexpectedly deeply involved in war. The boundaries of culture are mobile and always open. It's its strength, but also its weakness. In the conditions of totalitarian regimes, the mobility and openness of cultural borders makes it especially vulnerable. First, culture can be monopolized. We see this in the example of today's Russia. Its imperial ambitions in relation to its neighbors and the desire to absorb, dissolve other cultures in itself. In the same way, Russia is monopolizing history, considering itself the only country that defeated fascism in World War II. Second, the mobility and openness of cultural borders can lead to phenomena of quasi-culture. Look at that slide. It is a fragment from a video clip of the famous Russian singer Valeria. Against the backdrop of houses destroyed in war, she performs the song "Where Does the Motherland Begin?" And though the singer did not go to the territories occupied by Russia, according to journalists, it was a Mosfilm pavilion where they were filming yet another propaganda program. But culture in this particular case glorifies war. Actually, there are lots of such examples today. It is important to understand that since the beginning of the 18th century, the official culture of Russia has constantly served the ideology of Russia's military conquests. This process was especially intense during the time of Peter the Great. He spent most of his life fighting and building an empire, including on the ideological level. Using culture in this process, he adopted from other European powers, and in many ways sought to surpass them. The glorification of war and in essence military propaganda was carried out under the complete control of Peter the Great at the level of verbal and visual culture, both secular and ecclesiastical. The Baroque era, with its language of symbols, allegories, and emblems, allowed to use all possible sorts of genres and styles, for example, verbal ones. These were reports of victories, welcoming speeches, propaganda leaflets, ceremonial speeches, and church sermons, poetic and prose texts glorifying Russia's military conquests and victories. Visual examples include triumphal arches, bas-reliefs and medallions, graphics and painting, military banners, medals, commemorative and award. As you can see here, theatrical performances and fireworks. Culture and its diversity of forms allowed the conquered space to be developed and filled with new meanings and new values. A conspicuous example is the reconsecration of Lutheran churches into Orthodox churches and the construction of a new sacred space. For example, the Transfiguration Church in Narva and Tallinn. I will not go into details with these examples since there are many of them. I have devoted a number of scientific publications on this topic. To be honest, while researching this topic and the surviving legacy of Peter the Great, I could not even imagine that these imperial models from the 18th century and concepts and ideas could ever come to life again. Empires, as history shows, are doomed to collapse. However, the creation and existence of empires always has a disproportionately high price. Destroyed lives, ruined heritage, national, historical, and cultural. Today, we witness how Russia's official culture bolsters imperial ambitions and the cult of war. A few words about this cult of war. It grew out of the cult of victory and has been actively developing over the two last decades. Of course, it was a complex and gradual process. From parades and military ceremonies, increasing in scale every year, to children dressed in the military uniform of Soviet soldiers, including children standing at war monuments. It is important to note the tragedy of war has been replaced by celebration, and the main lessons of the Second World War, such as never again, were forgotten. They were replaced by a new slogan and directive, we can do it again, and to Berlin. The cult of victory gradually turned into a quasi-religion in Russia. With all its inherent attributes, such as the procession of the immortal regiment. The war itself has been transformed from a tragedy into a noble and even a sacred cause. The sacred status has been reinforced, among other things, by the construction of a church dedicated in 2018 to the 75th anniversary of victory in the Great Patriotic War. Today it is one of the cathedrals where Patriarch Kirill serves and blesses soldiers heading to war in Ukraine. This entire complex of quasi-cultural phenomena and narratives has been systematically embedded not only into the lives of Russian citizens. In the best traditions of Soviet propaganda, it has been actively promoted in neighboring countries, particularly among the Russian-speaking population, those integrated into Russia's informational and cultural space. The fewer the remaining eyewitnesses of World War II, the easier it has become to instill new forms of the cult of war and victory. The cult of war cannot exist without an image of the enemy and a justification for military aggression. In the end, enemies were found: Ukraine, which chose the path of national identity and European values, and the so-called collective West. The perception of the enemy was also shaped using the terminology of World War II. Ukraine was accused of Nazism and genocide, while the so-called collective West was accused of spreading lies. This laid the groundwork for the full-scale invasion of sovereign Ukrainian territory. The war is now in its fourth year. Russia continues to commit war crimes, including against Ukraine's cultural heritage. This is an absolute tragedy, one that, as figures of culture, cannot remain silent about. In Narva, a city directly on the border with Russia, this issue is particularly pressing today. For 3 consecutive years, on May the 9th, Russia has organized a large concert on its side of the border. The stage and giant screens are directed exclusively toward Narva, broadcasting the Russian national anthem, Putin's speeches, and the military parade from Moscow's Red Square. After the parade, Soviet-era films are shown on the screens. Then a concert begins, featuring modern Russian pop culture, aimed directly at the people of Narva. Russia makes no secret of the fact that this event is intended for residents of Estonia, as May the 9th in our country is celebrated as Europe Day, not Victory Day, as Russia and its supporters would prefer. This concert stirs, in many Russian-speaking residents of Estonia, a sense of pride and greatness, as well as a feeling of belonging to the history of the victors. Great victory, great history, great people, and great empire. To organize this concert near the Ivangorod fortress, a small forest was cut down. New infrastructure was laid, and a new platform was built. The stage and screens are brought in and assembled separately each time. I'll show you a few slides so you can see how this visual narrative of the stage has evolved. In 2023, and 2024, and 2025. While earlier years featured predominantly Russian flags and tricolor themes, this year it marked by Soviet symbolism and well-known archival photographs. Given the composition, we can see that the soldier in the photo with a raised pistol appears to be literally charging toward Narva. The same goes for the portrait of the pilot, whose gaze is directed into the shared sky between the two fortresses. And the concert venue is surrounded by barbed wire. For 2 years in a row, and again this year, before the start of this concert, the Narva Museum has displayed a banner on its flag tower. This is our message, a reminder of the ongoing full-scale war and Russia's war crimes. When we first placed this banner in 2023, we received an enormous amount of reactions. These were 2 polar opposites: outright negativity and threats on the one hand, and words of support and gratitude on the other. We were accused of engaging in politics. Many would prefer to see culture with its mouth shut and eyes blindfolded. And of course, many are convinced that a historical museum should focus only on distant and preferably comfortable history, the Stone Age, the Middle Ages, or at least the so-called Golden Swedish era. Culture always reflects what is happening in the present, while history deals with the past. At the same time, the past is much closer than we might think. It arrives in a matter of seconds. And although we cannot change it, we can assess it. Culture has the ability and the duty to draw a clear line between good and evil. To remain silent in this situation means to ignore it or agree with it. For culture, this is impossible. Culture cannot tolerate evil and must not ignore war. On May the 9th in Estonia, we celebrate peace and freedom. It is precisely peace and freedom, along with democratic values, that became some of the core values of post-war Europe. Today, Europe, like our system of values, faces the challenges of hybrid warfare. We are already on the battlefield of hybrid warfare. I believe that museums, along with other cultural institutions, can resist this threat. To do so, it is necessary to create exhibitions, organize discussions, even if they involve difficult topics from the recent past or dramatic present. Let us be brave and consistent, understanding that today our culture is also on the front line. Slava Ukraini!
Thank you very much for your presentation. We have time for a question and a comment. If not, I have a question. So the slide here as well is a good example how you can submit your objection. So in this kind of situation, where at one hand there is very sort of simplified way to present a message. So does it mean that we have to use the same language back? So does it work that we just respond those minus one side, plus on the other side? So the message has to be as simple, as powerful. So, or how we can show that the enemy is using culture in a very willful way, but so we want to expose it, but should it be sort of longer presentations on it in a simple way? Well, the both ways are suitable, but there has to be a message on that day. And these ways are not equal because, for example, the concert is very noisy and we have a picture. So it's very brief message. Everybody can read that, can see that and understand it. So it seems to me that in this particular way, as we have very simple and clear messages, maybe that will be also the most effective, because if we start a very long conversation, then nobody's really bothered to listen to it in a modern word. But if you have a big picture, then it creates emotions. Because if there are negative objections, then it means it works. So the first time when you put the banner up, it was just spontaneous, because we didn't know about the concept, so we had only 2 weeks to do something about it. But we have discussions, and there's conferences, exhibitions of history of Narva, and also our recent, more dramatic history, culture, and we talk about propaganda as well. So our exhibit of Narva 44, and tomorrow we are also opening a new exhibition, Narva 44, second part. This Narva 54 is volume 2, so I invite you to participate. So it has to be a process, but if we weren't doing anything, if we weren't offering anything, then it wouldn't be the right thing, because we are at the border here. And first time when I put the banner up, we had to close the comments on Facebook. And then we referred to Putin as a war criminal. Then we said that this is where the border is, because culture is not about the bridge. Sometimes it has to be the border. Thank you very much. If there are no further questions, so the next presentation is going to be about virtual tours as a tool for cultural heritage preservation by Julia Khlystun of Narva Museum, and the presentation is going to be in English.
Yes, the name of my presentation is Virtual Tour as a tool for preserving cultural heritage. From the very first days of Russia's full-scale invasion of Ukraine, the war has brought devastation not only to people's lives, but also to the country's cultural heritage. Between the 24th of February 2022 and between the end of December 2023, a total of 872 cultural heritage sites in Ukraine were either destroyed or damaged due to Russian aggression. Among them, 120 were of national significance, 682 of local significance, and 70 other cultural sites. Unfortunately, now these numbers are much higher. Churches, which for centuries served as places of prayer, hope, and solace, have been struck by shelling. Only the first year of war alone, around 500 religious structures, among them churches, educational institutions, spiritual educational institutions, different prayer houses, religious communities, synagogues, etc., were affected, with Orthodox churches suffering the most. According to the Institute for Religious Freedom, more than 143 of these belonged to the Ukrainian Orthodox Church, highlighting the scale of destruction and the threat to the country's cultural and spiritual heritage. The most affected regions were Donetsk, where at least 120 religious sites were destroyed, and Luhansk, where over 70 sacred places were demolished. Additionally, in the Kiev region, around 70 religious buildings were damaged, while in Kharkiv region, more than 50 were affected. Undoubtedly, this destruction not only damages architectural heritage, but also deeply impacts the spiritual lives of millions of believers, for whom churches are an integral part of their identity and culture. Especially for me, the Orthodox churches of Eastern Ukraine are not only familiar and dear, but also the focus of my research. I was working on a dissertation titled "The Mural Programs of Orthodox Churches in Eastern Ukraine in the Late 20th, Early 21st Century, a Cultural Studies Perspective." And my doctoral studies spanned from 2020 to 2024. The free collection of materials, including photographic documentation and interviews with priests, church workers, and icon painters, were initially hindered by the pandemic and later by military actions. Nevertheless, I was able to gather some data. Over the past 3 years of war, some of the churches I studied have been either completely or partially destroyed or severely damaged. For example, the Church of Saints Boris and Gleb in Chasiv Yar, we see it now on slide, The Church of the Nativity of the Blessed Virgin Mary in Novoekonomichne, the churches of the Holy Domitian Monastery in Makilsky village. Now we see it, the Church of Saint Basil the Great. Also, this is the Church of the Nativity of Blessed Virgin Mary in Novoekonomichne, before the war and after. And the Vladimir Church in Pokrovsk, and the Church of the Icon of Mother of God, Joy of all who sorrow, at the Women's Kit of Svetohirsk-Lavra. The study of monumental painting from a cultural studies perspective differs from traditional art historical analysis because it focuses less on style, technique, or materials, and more on its semantic, symbolic, and historical cultural significance. This approach views mural painting as a means of transmitting ideological, religious and political meanings woven into the context of the era rather than just an artistic phenomenon. For such research, both personal photographic materials and available images from church websites, as well as virtual tours, can provide a comprehensive picture. One such virtual tour is of Svetohirsk-Lavra, located in Donetsk region. And I recommend you to save this link. You should you could visit this site and use virtual tour. Svetohirsk-Lavra is one of the Ukraine's oldest Orthodox monasteries. The first caves in this site appeared as early as the 13th century. Also, some people believe that they were founded by Saint Nikon of the Caves in the 11th century. However, this theory has not been widely supported by scholars. The monastery itself was established in the 16th century with some of its oldest structures dating back over 400 years. This spiritual center has played a vital role in the religious and cultural life of the region for centuries. The oldest structures in Svetohirsk-Lavra include cave churches and cells that may have originated in the 13th and 14th centuries. Among them, the above-ground buildings over 400 years old is the Nicholas Church. We could see it now on slide. Other churches and monastery buildings were constructed later from the 17th and 18th centuries onwards. The Lavra churches also suffered significant damage due to Russian aggression, particularly in the summer of 2022. For example, the All Saints' Kit was completely burned down. The Holy Protection Church, the Holy Domitian Cathedral, and the monastery's sacred gates were also damaged. However, thanks to a virtual tour created in 2020, we can see these churches intact. And this church of All Saints' Kit inside. And I'd like to show you a small video for your best understanding of opportunities of virtual tour. And to tell a few words about Holy Protection Church that was the object of my interest here. And the Holy Protection Church of Svetohirsk-Lavra was built in 1850. Now we see it. It was decorated only in the early 21st century. The church murals are particularly notable as they were created using the fresco technique, which is rare, though interest in this technique has been reviving. The church is painted in Byzantine traditions with a special emphasis on its dedication to the Virgin Mary. This is reflected in the murals, which include Marian feasts and scenes from sacred history. Now it is another church. We see the Church of the Venerable Fathers shining in ascetic feats. I also will tell some words about it. And analyzing the decorative symbols used in modern church interiors, especially in ornaments, we can observe the predominance of early Christian symbolism. The Church of the Venerable Fathers, shining in ascetic feasts, features modern murals inspired by 12th and 13th century Byzantine frescoes, as well as Georgian and Serbian examples. And also Lavra has a museum and the chapel. In the Lavra Museum and other virtual tour sites also offer significant insights. Virtual tours surpass photos and videos by allowing users to control their view independently, creating a sense of presence. Unlike static images and pre-edited videos, an interactive tour enables users to explore a space from different angles, zoom in on details, and move around the location, making the experience more realistic and informative. And virtual tours not only allow us to visit lost sacred sites in an interactive format, but also provide a detailed study of their architectural and artistic features, analyzing the cultural diversity of different regions. Their importance grows in wartime for several reasons. First of them is documentation and preservation, because digital models capture monuments before their destruction, making their future reconstruction possible. Second one is scientific research. 3D modeling and panoramic photography enable the study of both architectural styles and the interior decoration of churches, deepening knowledge of cultural heritage. Another one is accessibility and popularization, because virtual tours make sacred heritage accessible to a global audience, which is especially crucial when physical access to sites is restricted due to war. Another reason is, of course, educational value, because virtual tours help students, scholars, and restorers study historical monuments in detail, even if they have already been destroyed. Another reason is international awareness, because digital projects draw global attention to the problem of cultural heritage destruction, helping to preserve historical memory. And now maybe some of us and some of you get a question: is it possible to create a virtual tour based only on several low-quality photographs? And the answer is yes, of course. Recent advancement in neural networks make it possible to create virtual tours even from fragmented and low-quality photographic materials. Using AI-based tools such as images enhancement models, for example, super resolution, in painting algorithms to reconstruct missing areas, and 3D scenes generation techniques like neural radiance fields, researchers can digitally reconstruct partially destroyed or even inaccessible sites. While complete spatial fidelity may not be achievable without comprehensive documentation, these methods offer a meaningful way to preserve and present cultural heritage through immersive digital experience. So virtual tours are not just a means of exploring lost architecture and sacred sites, but also a powerful tool for preserving and studying cultural heritage, particularly in times of war and destruction. And as for me, I advise to everyone, use this tool everywhere you can. And thank you for your attention. I'm waiting for questions if you have.
Thank you very much, aitäh. Kas meil on küsimusi,
Have any questions or comments? My question is, for me, it's obvious, but still, I would like you to answer as well. Why? Very few people, they are Orthodox. Why do they destroy objects that are culturally valuable for Orthodox people? They actually destroy churches, but they are also Christians, Orthodox Christians. Why do they do this? Why do they commit such a sin? There are no soldiers there. First of all, you have to look at the criteria of Orthodox religion. Where is this limit? You name yourself Orthodox or you are Orthodox. These are two different things. Aggression takes different forms, and we see that. Our task is to differentiate and understand, and to see evil, but also to see goodness, and to see the wolf in a lamb's skin. And at the beginning of my presentation, you saw that everybody suffers. All religious organizations are suffering. My research was aimed at Orthodox churches. That's why I focused on that. But this aggression targets all religious institutions. There was no selection made. There was no difference, because the majority of churches in Ukraine are Orthodox. That is why, and also mostly in eastern Ukraine, so that makes it sort of logical why the majority were Orthodox churches that suffered. Any other questions or comments? Virtual tours are really magnificent to see places that don't exist anymore. So thanks to a virtual tour, we can still visit those places. But as far as modern museums are concerned, if we want to restore something that doesn't exist anymore, it's fascinating. But if, for example, a virtual tour of an exhibition currently happening in a museum is created, what do you think? Should that be for free, or should people be charged for watching that virtual tour? And how could museums gain something from it? This year, our Ministry of Finance actually diminished the budgets for cultural institutions. The decrease was 4%. So how can a museum make money? Thank you. The answer is that, first of all, I see virtual tours used as follows. If a person comes to a museum to visit an exhibition, and if a virtual tour has already been created that popularizes exhibitions that existed here before, and we have replaced them. But still here, on location, you can get an overview what has happened here before, what exhibitions have been held before, sort of view into the past. Then here, I think it should be included in the price of the ticket. You come to this fortress, and you are provided an opportunity to see the current exhibition, and through virtual tours, look at what exhibitions were here before. And Iryna, I think this is actually a good idea. Thank you for this hint. I think we could make use of it too. I would like to evolve your thought a bit further. I think every person working in the cultural field is to contribute to restoring destroyed cultural heritage. And if such a cultural institution publishes its bank account, you need to donate, you need to help Ukraine. I think we all need to contribute. And today we will also have a presentation on how to help Ukraine. And we are thinking about how to record the stories and part of history that we can restore. But we are mainly speaking here about, I don't really want to use actually that has been destroyed, but this time has been quite long. To restore the original is one thing, but to make a copy is different. And it's actually terrifying to think about it, and no money will ever restore what has been destroyed. But these tours should have a link through which we can donate to these institutions, and that is also our task, to shed light on that and highlight it. Thank you for a wonderful presentation. My name is Mikhail. So I would like to express my opinion. Yelena asked whether these tours should be for a fee or not. Myself and a colleague went through this virtual tour, and we actually wanted to go on location and see that for ourselves. So it's kind of good advertising, actually. The only thing that I haven't heard yet, perhaps, is that how much or to what extent is this church, what is the extent of the destruction? So Lavra is on the Ukrainian territory, right? In my presentation, you could see that the majority of the buildings have been damaged, but this wooden building is completely in ruins, the Church of All Saints. I'm glad that you had this urge to visit Lavra, but unfortunately, the situation is different there compared to 2020. And where is it situated? On what territory? As far as I know, I'm not sure whether Lavra, but in Svetogorsk, the city was occupied all the way to the bridge, to the river. What is happening on the other side of the river? It's still Ukrainian territory. It was liberated later. I want to specify that Svetogorsk is held by Ukrainians. I was there in 2023. They make bread. They bring food to people who have lost everything. So the police helps in bringing that bread to the people. Russians have destroyed a lot there, but the monastery still keeps working, the Lavra monastery. If there are no more questions or comments, another round of applause. Thank you. And I would like to remind you that until the end of this week, it is possible to have a look at the video installation in the Narva fortress on this video installation Children. So please grab the opportunity. And now it's time for a lunch break, which we have until 2:15. So meet you here at 2:15.
Ja kohe jätkame konverentsiga.
So we will continue with our conference. I have to remind you, those of you who haven't registered, at the door of the auditorium, please put your signature there that you were present. This is part of the project behavior etiquette. So let's go on with our agenda. Now we have 3 presentations. The first one is about the Museum of Narva in the Second World War by Zurab Jänes from Narva Museum. The floor is yours. The previous speakers have spoken about the role of cultural institutions today. In the second half of the day, I will make an introduction into what the predecessor of the Narva Museum, what the fate was of that institution and the employees there of Narva Museum and the archive. Narva City Museum and Archive that was founded in 1930. Narva City Archives and the Lavretsov City Museum were joined together. City Archives were moved into the Lavretsov Museum in Rüütli Street, and the House of Peter I and the Narva Great Guild ownership issue was solved that way. They were merged in 1933 and were then merged with the Narva City Museum and Archives. The institution was run by Arnold Sohn, who was an alumnus of Tartu University, and he made Narva Museums professional and introduced modern methods of preservation and display. The cultural heritage of the museum and archives were numbered, categorized, and they together formed the collection of Narva Museum. Thanks to this work, it was possible to restore the collections that have been evacuated from the city, and it was also possible to put together again the collection that had been scattered between different institutions during the war. Research scope became broader, and the ethnographic heritage was collected around Narva. Many photos that you can see in the MUI's environment online, the photos date from 1930s. SOM's important initiatives also included scientific research into the history of Narva, and he supported other researchers in that effort. In 1940, the Soviet Union occupied Estonia, and in all spheres of life, Sovietization began. Museums were nationalized and centralized and ideologically controlled. The task of Narva Museum was to record the history and cultural history and collect and preserve the cultural history of Narva and the area around it. Scientific research was stopped. the museum had to focus on the Tsarist time and the Russian period. So Narva Museum continued as an art museum, basically, and its aim was to also collect Soviet Estonian art. In establishing the Soviet system, Arnold Sohm didn't want to take part in that, so he left for Tallinn and started working in the central archives of Estonia. So Narva Museum had no manager at the time. The state archivist was Minna Tarmak, who mainly dealt with receiving the archives of closed institutions. There were 3 people working there: Marta Lassik, who also was Johannes Ek, and Evelina Ek. So these were the only employees at the time. During the first Soviet occupation, there were no essential changes made in the museum. In 1941, in July, the former ally, Germany, launched an attack against the Soviet Union, and the battles reached Estonia a month later. So at the background of all this, the Popular Education Department in August 1941 declared that the cultural heritage has to be taken away from Narva, has to be evacuated. So the museum assets were packed. By August the 9th, 1941, 6 boxes were ready to be removed, and 346 items altogether were evacuated. 324 of them belong to the museum collection, so about 2% of the collection as it was in 1941. In Soviet literature, it was mentioned that the most valuable part of the collection was removed, and we can agree with that only partly. The majority was display items from the Lavretsov Museum, Japanese, Chinese, Indian ethnographic items, Russian and Baltic, German and Estonian oil paintings, 91, ceramics, 44 items, and the remaining 59 items were different stone, tin, and copper items. So to some extent, the items were taken from Peter I's house. A small number of items were taken from Peter's house: tin pitchers for the symphonies and a silver bell for the mayor. In addition to museum assets, 3 Porman books and 10 items from the collection of Narva industrial Karl Robert Peltzer were also partially packed. These included the Persian, Caucasian, and Arab rugs, which were also used as packaging material at the same time. The Peltzer electric vacuum cleaner, which has a particularly high cultural value, was also included. At the same time, the museum's repositories remained untouched, in which Marta Lassik, acting director, also contributed. And she didn't mention that these things actually existed. According to an act drawn up on the spot on 9th of August 1941, the objects were handed over by the acting head of the museum, Marta Lassik, and received by Alexander Nazarov, a teacher in Jaanilinna school. The act was also, he was supposed to send the items away, and after the items reached the ship, Nazarov returned home. So these were actually taken to Ust-Luga and from there to St. Petersburg. The ship, when it was carrying the items, was bombed by the German army. The German army arrived in Narva on August 17, 1941, and on the same day a shell fired from a Red Army missile exploded in the immediate vicinity of Peter's house, resulting in the death of Marta Lassik. So one occupation was replaced by another. The Soviet occupation was replaced by the German occupation, and Vilma Pikko, the current head of the Narva Mayor's Library, also appointed the city museum and archive manager. Since the permanent exhibition of the Lavretsov's museum had been largely moved to the Soviet backdrop, The preparation of the new permanent exhibition was mainly dealt with during the first half of the German occupation. There were no qualified employees, so the exposition was handled by representatives of Soviet authorities. The collection also included items from the homes of the directors of Narva textile industries. During the German occupation, the Narva City Archives and Museum officially were opened the next spring. The museums were open for 1 hour a day, from 1 to 2 p.m. So Johannes and Evelina Ek carried on working there as contemporary employees. They also had a residence in the Lauritsa Museum. And altogether, again, 3 people were employed: Virve Milk, Uno, Andra, and Helmi Kuuse. The former city archivist Minna Tammark was released or resigned already on 20th September 1941. A new city archivist, who was also supposed to be the director of museums, was sought for almost a year. In the end, Arnold Soom, Commissioner for Archives, recommended that Arnold Kotkas become the city archivist. He had studied Estonian history and archives at the University of Tartu and worked as an archivist in various Estonian archives. So he was appointed. He drove to Narva and took office on the 1st of September 1942. During the German occupation, there was no active collection work going on. Expositions were not prepared and tours were not carried out. For example, they received 6 boxes of Rimsky-Korsakov's photo negatives and views of Narva from the War of Independence. The main concerns were the protection of cultural heritage against air raids, heating problems, and the interior climate. As an archivist, Arnold Kotkas was obliged to preserve the environment, to inspect the archives in the area. He was the only professional historian in the city. He also was supposed to survey the cultural heritage in the city and to teach history in the local secondary school. In the air raid rules were also supposed to be followed in Estonia. And starting from 1942, from 1941 to 1943, more than 30 bigger and smaller air raids were recorded in Narva.
There were also facilities like wells and water access, and there were water buckets in the museums because they did not really have means to do something regarding the constructions, and the archive had physically taken to the Lavrov's house basement. So if there were problems with the building, they had to first rescue the archive and then the museum collection. As a backup room, there was a Narva town hall basement. But for the museum, there were no additional rooms. So there was a German guard, and inside there was a housekeeper and cleaner, and sometimes Arnold Kotkas also stayed there. Johannes Ek had gone through the training, so what to do if there is attack or fire. So this knowledge he needed at least once. On the 14th of June, 1943, so when there was another air raid by the Red Army and the house was damaged and some of the exposition was damaged. So they put the fire out and they rescued the rest of the valuables, but Johannes Ek was hurt. So the evacuation issue came up in 1943 in January. So this was based on Narva being very close to the air raids and also the poor maintenance conditions. So the priority was Lavrotsov Museum, a city archive. So they wanted to put it somewhere. A manor house, which is further away from the railroad, was recommended. But Narva city government did not really have technical possibilities for transport and evacuation of cultural values, so because that was not really planned. So Richard Dubar, the mayor, who was the mayor, said that if they find possibilities, then he's not against. And then there was order given to start preparations for the Narva city archive evacuation and also for the museum collection. And Sohm said that he will also provide assistance as the Estonian cultural institutions fell under the preview. The situation became critical after bombing of Narva in February 1943. And at the meeting in the Education Directorate attended by the mayor, Richard Rubach, Arnold Sohm, and Juhan Vasar. So the decision was made in principle to evacuate the older part of the archive to Paide. So problems related to packaging material, manpower and transport were solved based on possibilities and the situation at the front. So in Narva, they didn't really have anything available to them. For example, the boxes, wrapping paper and nails were sent from Tallinn. The packaging work was probably carried out by Kotkas with a few people from the museum staff. And by 24th of May 1943, 60 crates were waiting to be exported or taken out. But unfortunately, the Narva city government at the head of the museum to obtain an on-site permit and transport for evacuation failed. So the permission arrived only mid-June. So on the 21st of June 1943, the archive was loaded onto the wagons, and the next day the journey began. And in the meantime, the material in Tammsalu had to be transferred from the narrow gauge to wide gauge in order to continue to Paide, where they reached on June 24th. And Arnold Kotkas had also followed the boxes. So after the older part of the archives was moved out, all the employees were given a week's vacation, and then they continued to prepare museum property and archive evacuation and certain means of transport because it was becoming more and more complicated. So the museum collection was then finally evacuated to Muuga Manor, and 2 wagons were allocated to go from Narva to Rakvere, and the train left on the 19th of October 1944. Museum official Helmi Kuuse traveled with the boxes and then train and later by bus. So it's quite likely that the museum was taken to Muuga Manor with the cars they had available. But they also were housing German army there, so it's not necessarily the safest place to evacuate. But there was not much time, and so they had to put up with what they had. In Narva, the archives and museum collections were packed until the end of 1944. They could not transport things out because the 4 wagons, which was promised, were confiscated by Wehrmacht. In January 1944, Arnold Sohm planned to send another 50-60 boxes to Narva by car, but they did not arrive. So in January, the Red Army began a major offensive around Leningrad. The situation in the war zone changed dramatically to the detriment of the Germans, and as a result, the German military command based in Narva ordered the city residents to evacuate. And 1st of February 1944, also the city government and the staff was evacuated to Tallinn, including Arnold Kotkas. So other employees, so Helmi Kuuse, Johannes and Evelina Eek were fired, and we don't know what's happened to them. So 1 month before the March bombings in February, Arnold Sohm wrote a letter to the Ministry of Education asking for a commission to be set up to evacuate the archives and cultural property of Narva. And also they wanted to have extensions for people, for members of the staff who were subject to military conscriptions and also necessary equipment for evacuation, but the situation looked hopeful. And then a Baltic German historian, Helmut Speer, joined these efforts, who had given an organization to organize the protection of cultural assets. By the time he arrived in Tallinn, the events at the front lines had developed so quickly that all the original plans to carry out evacuation by rail or plane were no longer possible. So as the German historian says, then Speer in this situation had to improvise. So in Tallinn, they had a rescue group. Donald Kotkas was given an order to travel with Helmut Speer. In Jõhvi, they were given 10 trucks, which were luckily there. And on 8th of February 1944, a motorcade drove to Narva. There was a lot of snow, and there were not much of hostilities happening, but there's some air raids, and there was some grenade fire. So the motorcade reached the city unharmed on the spot. It turned out that the archives of the city of Narva, of the doors had been broken down and the rooms had been looted, but everything which had been packaged was still there. So the rescue team loaded up the boxed archive and museum collections and also the library. So they took everything which they could fit in the cars, including some people who had not had time to evacuate yet. The trip to Tallinn took 10 hours, and all the items were removed from the cars and put in the basement of the town hall. And the team was given a task to remove other cultural objects from Narva. And Sturmführer Zwiebel was appointed as the head of the second rescue operation, and Speer no longer traveled with him, but Kotkas traveled with them. And now they got 4 trucks from Jõhvi, which drove to Narva on February 11th. For the third time, they went to Narva on the 12th of February, but the commandant ordered that the loading will have to be stopped because the Red Army had crossed the river, and so that means that the only road out of Narva could have been impossible at any moment. So they had to leave with empty hands, wrote Arnold Kotkas. In the report, Arnold Kotkas says that once the military action stabilized, they can continue the evacuation because a lot of assets were still here. But unfortunately, this remained to be the last trip to Old Narva. Arnold Kotkas was released of these duties, and he was subject to mobilization. So he didn't want to leave Estonia, as Soom did, and after war, he was working at the Estonian Theatre Museum, but in 1948, he was forced to leave. And until his retirement, he was a factory worker. So in 1944, the first week, there was another major assault by the Red Army against Narva. So from 6 to 8 March, there was a large bombardment, and the Soviet long-range Air Force dumped a total of 1,600 tons of bombs on Narva, twice as much as in Tallinn on March the 10th. The bombing of Narva and activities continued until the 26th of July 1944, when Red Army occupied Narva. So a result of the half-year fighting, the buildings of the museum was destroyed, and all the archives and whatever was left behind. So you can see that there were only the carcasses left. And thanks to the contribution of Estonian historians who are not well known in Narva, they were able to save some of the historical memory of the city of Narva. Pre-war collection is now back in Narva. The archive, without which you cannot study the history of Narva, is still in safe hands in Estonian National Archives in Tallinn and Tartu, and I hope it will remain there. Thank you.
küsimusi ja kommentaare.
Any questions or comments? I would actually like to ask myself. I understand that evacuation was really late or hopelessly late. The situations changed, but what was the problem? What stopped them? Lack of experience. Because the first negotiations with heritage protection to evacuate were already carried out in 1941, 1942. But at the next meeting, it was decided that the threat was not serious enough, and that if we start to evacuate, then maybe we will damage the items more. So they had no such experience. They didn't know how destructive new warfare technology was and that they could destroy the whole city. They couldn't really fathom it. That is why they left it to the last minute. Any other comments? I would like to add, but as you also know, Arnold Sohm continued his professional work in Sweden after World War II. So he played an important role in the Swedish National Archives, especially the material concerning Estonia. So he kept working in the same field of activity. I can see no more comments or questions, so an applause to Zurab. And let's go on with our agenda. The next presentation related to this presentation and the whole conference, avoiding the unavoidable. Can heritage be protected against disasters? Linda Lainvoo, expert in crisis preparedness from Kriisikindlus. Good afternoon. First of all, thank you for the invitation. I always come to Narva happily, and I'm grateful for such invitations. I hope I can make this remote control work as well. Karel was right. I'm an expert in crisis preparedness, and I have also been involved in heritage protection. I'm also involved in civil protection issues, but heritage is close to my heart. It was my first love, so to say. So first of all, some very horrible pictures. Heritage can be destroyed in different ways. There are 4 different examples here. The Brazilian National Museum, the fire that happened there. There's earthquake, Port-au-Prince Cathedral. There's the fire in Notre Dame and Chernihiv Library. All these buildings were seriously damaged for various reasons. But in all these cases, the question has been, was there something we could have done to diminish the scope of damage? So generally speaking, we say that there is not one particular way to look at catastrophes. We mainly differentiate between natural disasters and anthropogenic disasters. But there's also a movement which says that no natural disasters. So they argue that if we say that something is a natural disaster, then it's force majeure, because of which there's nothing we can do. Actually, these so-called natural disasters in some ways are also anthropogenic, because it's the choice of certain sites to live in certain places. The reasons, of course, are different, but nature can destroy in an earthquake only if people have built something in an area where there are earthquakes. So to put it simplistically, today we will look more at this anthropogenic destruction and disasters, because this is related to the title of this conference. And the question can we avoid disasters? When we try to answer that, I would say that no, we can't avoid the unavoidable. Catastrophes, disasters, accidents happen. Crazy people are born who decide to do crazy things. And it's been really fascinating to discuss, for example, among people who work in heritage, but also in other spheres. There are two extremes, and then there are people between these two extremes. Some say that this will never happen to us. It's not possible. We live, behind God's back. We are safe. And then the other extreme is there's nothing you can do. Whatever comes, there's nothing we can do. And I dare to claim that they're both wrong. Because things happen everywhere. There are bigger accidents, smaller accidents. And there are things you can do about it. You can't avoid everything. But you can be prepared. And you can do things to diminish damage. So we can't prevent accidents and disasters from happening, but we can diminish the probability of these accidents happening. There are certain steps that we can take to make sure that things don't happen, or be ready when they happen, or if they happen, to diminish the impact. So what can be done, actually, and I like to share that into 8 different points, and it's quite universal. It doesn't matter whether we speak about cultural heritage or any other civil protection issues. It's quite similar. Certain actions related to these 8 points might be different. But I will come back to these 8 points soon. First of all, we can understand the context. We can try and understand where we are, what is the essence of our heritage, what are the threats, the threatening factors, and it has to be viewed on different levels. In this picture, I have tried to illustrate it on a global level. What is the global environment? Then on a regional level, Narva, for example, and then look at particular objects. So you can take this approach step by step, level by level. You can actually look at a collection then in that building or a repository and to an actual item. So you can do it in a very detailed manner, but we move from the general to the specific level. The second point, if you understand the context, where you are, what is the threat, then the second point is knowing your risks. A very important aspect is risk analysis. It is systematic thinking of risks, mapping them, evaluating them, because basically we can be hit by a meteorite. The possibility is very small, and you don't really need to prepare too much for that. But risk analysis is a tool which enables you to understand what the risks are, what are worth spending your energy on. And it's a fact that you can't be prepared for everything. There are certain measures that mitigate one risk but don't mitigate another, might even exacerbate it. A good example is, for example, in Louvre. In that museum, they used certain measures. Theft was the biggest risk for them, and they really locked things up properly, put them behind glass. And when there was a flood in the Seine, the problem was that they couldn't remove these items fast enough because they had all been really locked up there. So different risks, different measures. There is no universal solution for all the risks. Risk analysis enables you to understand what you perceive as a disaster. Where is this limit for you? where you understand that now the situation is really bad, the situation is serious, we have to implement this or other measure. And the logic behind it is that prevent risks or threats. If you can't do that, identify where it's coming from, stop it from coming in, and if that doesn't work, react, and then think how to restore the former situation. The earlier you manage to stop this chain of events, the better. An important mantra, I would say, and it applies to all risks, to museums, to kindergartens, your homes. The bigger the crisis, the further away is help. The bigger the problem, the smaller is the possibility that someone can come and help. And this is something that you have to bear in mind always. When you have identified your risks, then you need strategies to mitigate the risks. It means preventive measures and preparedness. How to be prepared for one or a crisis, how to be prepared for a crisis or a threat. You have to think about what can happen in the future and what you can do to avoid it. There are certain things that can be avoided yourself, certain things that you can't. But you can always look at what you can do yourself. So if there's nothing you can do to stop this thing from happening, then you can always try and mitigate the outcome and the damage. So you have to think about realistic crisis mitigation strategies. Don't think so much about meteorites falling down. A very important thing is also that you have to act now. Even if you don't have a lot of resources, time, money, or whatever you need, you have something. The easiest way is to say, there's nothing I can do, I have no money, I have no people. You always have something. And if you start with these small steps, then as time passes, you will have quite good measures in place. It's also important to understand who will help you and what they can do. So find your stakeholders and map them. When you map them, it is important to bear in mind that there are certain people who have great influence but little interest in our topics. There are people who have little impact but great interest. So how should we make these different stakeholders work and how to involve them? So you should always think about these aspects as well. It's an easy exercise, doesn't cost anything, but it will help you premeditate. If you're actually in trouble, who will you call? And being better prepared is part of taking measures. It doesn't usually cost much. All previous agreements, for example, if you know that there is a tool, a specific thing supplied by a company, that you need this support, you have these agreements in place beforehand. The simplest example, you need boxes to pack things. You have thought about it before, where you would get boxes, how the boxes are brought to you, and so on. Contacts with local key actors, key players, rescuers, police, any other institutions that could help. Maybe you have a very active community, local community, where you can turn for support. So all these contacts are important. Make sure that they are all involved and that they know who you are. And also international contact networks. I saw that in my work with Ukrainian partners when the full-scale war was launched. there were a lot of issues. Do we know where this help is going? Maybe it will somehow be sidetracked. But in many cases, I could say that, yes, I know this person. I know that they will use it honestly and properly, and then these things will function so much better. So it's also important that if you have this plan ready, it's not enough to just think it through, but also you have to play it through. And I really believe in a scenario-based approach. Practicing these scenarios gives you good feedback, and if you do it only in theory, sitting behind a desk and not actually involving police cars and smoke and so on, it's also quite cheap for getting feedback. So we have had these scenario-based exercises together with the Heritage Board 5 or 6 years on state level. And because we are talking about war here, then in 2022, we practiced, for example, in Rakvere, in Virumaa museums, what if there is an armed conflict? So the scenario was an armed conflict. There are different scenarios that have been gone through these practicing exercises on the state level. And different churches and museums have been involved, and we have been doing this for quite many years, and it's really effective. So understanding your risks, it's something that is actually quite complicated. On the one hand, the quotes are real-life quotes. So first one is that rescuers come to us regularly to check. They know our buildings, rooms, and collections, because rescuers have to carry out this the fire checks. So this quote that they know our buildings, rooms, and collections, and against that is what the rescuers say. You see the museum, I see a burning house. So the point is that rescuers, when they come and check how well prepared you are for a fire, their only interest is to make sure that people are not trapped inside the house. This is their focus. I have been with rescuers to cultural institutions, to the repositories of museums, and their sincere reaction is, wow, there are so many things here. For a normal person, a museum is the display. You have no idea how much is hidden. 95 to 97% of items are somewhere in repositories, in some storage room, stuffed with things. So this is something that we forget when we are in the middle of this heritage, working in that field. The next step, you have to react to a crisis. When you are reacting to a crisis, when something has happened, then it's really important to ask yourself, what do we want to achieve? In a very complex situation, it's difficult to make this pitfall that you start rushing around, you're not sure what you're doing. You actually have to take the time and to think, what is your priority? And then you can start organizing the work. And questions that you should think here. What is first aid to cultural heritage? So first aid is that right after a crisis, you have to stop further damage from happening. It's not conservation, it's something completely different. So by way of comparison, you can say that when an ambulance arrives and quickly sort of sets the bone back to its place, opposed to an operation on the knee, these are different things, different approaches. You have to think what happens next. In museums, cultural heritage, the concern is often that you have this sort of first aid, but the conservation, restoration is so much more expensive. It takes so much more time. Things maybe end up in some repository or a storage facility and are never used actively again. Because we're in Narva, and I also added some nice pictures. In 2021, there was a fire in the Orthodox Church here in Narva, and it was twice. And Maria quickly helped the Heritage Board and offered the space of Narva Museum where we could relocate the damaged items. And in the art gallery of Narva Museum, I think there was this sort of joint effort to save cultural heritage. Nearly 100 people, volunteers, came to help. So this was a very important event, an initiative, a good example of how these previously set up networks worked in crisis. It was possible to react fast in a situation of crisis. And another question is also how to recover or recuperate and how to diminish risks in the future. So when something has already happened, restore better. It sounds weird. In English, it was to be build back better. But the principle is that if you have to redo something, it's always possible to do it better if that is in any way possible. And I always believe that something can be done better or differently compared to the previous time when you have learned from your experiences. And another important question, which I also touched upon when I spoke about the previous slide, was access, restoring access and use. Heritage is important for the identity of people, whether we speak about items in a museum or icons in a church. When people can't see them and have no relationship with them, they don't fill their purpose. And in museums, very often the continuity of the institution is important, the sustainability. Why I have an example here of the Kiev History Museum is that I have cooperated with them. I know their background. And in their case, the way they described that when the war started in Kiev and the situation slightly slowed down, then people actually queued up to visit the museum. People need this sort of place that they know, that is more peaceful. So how to continue making exhibitions in a situation where you actually have to remove valuable objects from the display, and how to continue serving people, talking to people, being in dialogue with people, even in difficult times. It's not just, the museum's task is not just to preserve things, it's also to be in dialogue with viewers, with the audience. Museums also play an important role in contemporary society, not just as preservers of memory. They have a house full of pop-up exhibitions, different topics, not just the war. Of course, war is also included in these exhibitions. They had fashion, for example. The scope was really wide. And the purpose is to sense what people need in that situation. I was there in August last time, and I managed to visit it Monday afternoon, and there were museums there. The weather was fine, but still, people were in the museum. So this is something that this museum, this role, has been played by that museum really well. So how to summarize all this? For me, being face-to-face with a crisis is working with yourself on an individual level, but also on an organizational level or institutional level. You have to learn how to face uncertainty. In a quickly changing world, an understanding of how to handle uncertainty is the key to success. From the point of view of heritage, it is very important that Estonia has dealt quite well with, I would say, are all kinds of lists and documentation. I don't know whether it's in inverted commas or not. We have the MUIS online environment. It has its issues, but it's there. But as far as I know, MUIS is not doubled abroad, which means that the material is not sent to data embassies, which can cause an issue where actually our constitutional order is under threat. So it's important that there is the digital material here physically, but also maybe somewhere abroad, saved somewhere on a server, because it's a passive collection of data. They don't have to do anything with it. So they don't have to retrieve anything from it there. But it should also be available on paper, because in big crises, internet may not be available. What we need as the first priority should also be available on paper. Priorities. If we prioritize everything, we're not prioritizing anything. We are not able to save everything, at least not when we are short of time. So you have to have these issues all premeditated. What are we taking out and where? What are we taking out first? How are we moving these things? Who is doing that? So you have to have all these issues thought through. This is part of the risk analysis and the risk strategy of an institution. Cooperation mechanisms within the country. You have contacts and the network in Estonia because it's so small, the heritage area. People involved there know each other. So it's not difficult there, but on an international level too. Make sure you have the contacts if you need help from outside. You know somebody who says, yes, this person is trustworthy. We can ask them to help us. And finally, to have an understanding that when we think about crises, we tend to think about really big crises. So we think about the darkest scenarios. But actually, we face smaller crises all the time. In museums, a leakage somewhere, a power cut. If they don't happen every day, then they do happen quite frequently. So being ready for a crisis is rooted in the preparedness to handle small, isolated accidents or mishaps. This is the basis on which, or the foundation on which you can build your capability to face a big crisis. Be prepared for a big crisis starts with a small crisis. And these are all different stages of planning that each institution, despite or regardless of how much resources you have, you can start with that. But this was my presentation, so thank you for attention.
Ja, aitäh selle põneva ettekande eest.
Thank you very much for this interesting presentation. I'm sure there are questions and comments. So I have a question myself. So how can you convince people that to be prepared? Because last years, since 2020, we have heard about it quite a lot, that there is a crisis coming. You have to have a crisis preparedness. Then it's you sort of crying wolf, so that you're saying that something will happen, but until it actually does. So based on my experience, so if I give an example of the museum, then the Heritage Foundation working there, we started to look into this topic. And I have these two experience-based examples. So at some point, I think 2016, we had this kind of exercises for churches. So how could you be prepared if something happened? We had 2 days, one at the beginning of May, one at the end of May. At the beginning of May, people were thinking, well, what is this girl talking to us? It's pointless. Mid-May, so the 16th, Piirissaare's old Orthodox church burned down. But end of May, people were quite interested in listening what I had to tell them. And another experience is about the full-scale war in Ukraine. So I think 2014 was not really understood the same way when the war started. What started in February 22, that actually shook our museums as well. So the ones who previously said, oh, it's just some papers we have to fill out, we don't have time or money or resource and nothing will happen. Then this attitude changed quite significantly. And having worked with my Baltic colleagues, 2013, I think in Riga castle burned, so the Baltic colleagues as well. So the Latvians, you never hear this when they said, oh, nothing happens, because it did happen with them. Just in our museums, we have been safe here. And the biggest motivation for crisis preparedness is that you get hurt or your neighbor gets hurt. So has it been regulated on an official level? So that the museum would have to carry out a certain number of trainings, prepare scenarios and so forth? Well, museum legislation says that you have to have a crisis plan. So there are many, it's a lot of terminology there. But the plan has to be in place, risk analysis has to be carried out. So to which extent you actually do that, then I was able to familiarize myself with a whole lot of the risk analysis and crisis plans. And this picture there was quite varied, because there's some where they had forgotten to delete the name of the museum they had copied it from. So I think these are fairly pointless as plans, because I would rather say that if everything starts with the director, with the administrator who thinks that is a priority, then this is something which you can see in the preparedness as well. Microphone, please. So you have been teaching people, but now if you compare the National Museum and local government museum, so what is the preparedness? So understand that the most of the trainings are being carried out on the state-owned museums. Yes, indeed, because if you talk about the preparedness, then I would not say that it's about the ownership structure, but rather I would say that it's about the administration, the management quality. So I've sometimes seen that the really impressive and priority museums that are not prepared at all. So, but the choice where to carry out crisis exercises, that has been the Heritage Protection Foundation decision, which are based on the national priorities. So understand that the owner is responsible for collection safety, so if they are owned by the local government, then it's the task of the local government of management quality, of course, but to assure that they would survive a full-scale war. Yes, indeed, because the owner is the one who is finally responsible. So maybe I'm too naive here, but I would like to believe that cultural heritage is important for us. So the government and local governments can help each other a little bit more and share responsibility. Because the state has certain resources and knowledge, so to allow the local government museums also access. So in addition to experience, are there any ways to influence people? I have found that scenario-based training also shakes you up a bit. So I have also seen that on the museum director level, they have a certain preconceived notions. Why do I need this and so forth? And they can see the benefit in this game, the exercise we have. And I'm really happy that Anton Pärn, who was quite skeptical at the beginning, is the biggest promoter of this tabletop exercises, who has a very good experience and is happy to talk about it all the time. So, of course, there are some people who are just obstinate. Thank you very much. So before we move on to the next presentation, we have an announcement. So if somebody's left their phone behind, then it's downstairs at the information desk. Now, last but not least, we have a presentation, Not All Is Not Lost, about the Narva wooden baroque. I would like to invite here Hannes Vinnal of the Estonian Art Institute and the Institute of History and Archaeology of Tartu University. Thank you very much for this introduction, and I would like to thank Narva Museum for inviting me here. So Narva wooden baroque is what has been bringing me to Narva quite many times. So it's an important topic. So the golden age of Narva. So all the carvings of Narva. So there's a cultural side and then the war side of things. There's the destruction. So wooden baroque or carvings is something which was not supposed to even exist anymore because we heard about the bombardment. So if the old town building was not hit by a bomb directly, then they just burned out. And people in Narva knew that. For many other people here, there was a surprise that we have loose Baroque wooden carved details. So we had the students from the Heritage Foundation reconstruction. There was also a sculpture. So they had conservation exercises, cleaning, fixing, documentation. So in order to that they could be included in the museum collections. So that there are about 100 details. First of all, the provenance was unknown. So we do not know where they came from and where they were originally fixed. So this was one of the tasks for the students to find these potential locations and items. So where these carvings could have originally been attached to. And for archive work, and then I had the role to play. And we had the Tallinn City archivist who helped us to find the names of the master woodworkers. So these are the few of the details which we were working on. An important source was a historic photo material about Narva. We have quite an extensive amount of it. So a lot of it has been digitized as well over the last years, so it's becoming more accessible. So it means that we can have better and better searches. That is true for Estonian museums. So photos in MUI's database as well. About Narva, there's a lot of interesting pictures which we have in Tartu University Art History faculty. What is most important for me was a surprise. And the most important tool was actually we had German collections, and the Margo University has the German Art History Documentation Center. So they one of the offices are the art photo archives. So there is quite a surprising number of historic photos of the Baltic countries, and including Narva. So this is a collection about 4 years ago when it was digitized. So then now it's accessible through the database. So a lot of these Narva photos are from 1940. And it says Otto Kletsen as the author of the collection, so we'll hear more about him. So a very interesting person. And then we were able to, looking through all this wooden Baroque material, we were able to find the historic context for this detail. There's some examples because they're good quality photos. So he had a very good eye, so he took photos of the better details. And also when he went to a museum, so this Eve was already part of the museum collection. It's destroyed now, but the pair would be Adam, and the Adam still exists. The second picture this is the decorative frame of a clock in Narva St. John's Church. So it's an interesting story of this collection because Kletzel was an art history professor in Poznan University, so in Poland during the German occupation. And the Poznan University was then looking at the Eastern Territories art history. So one of these had to do with the photo campaign in the Baltic countries, which was in 41 summer, and they took photos about 2,500 sites. And it was surprising, although Otto Kletzel himself died or was murdered. So the collection was in Marburg, so this was what it was like. People from Narva will probably know these photos better. So some examples. So the students had to go through these materials. So Narva Baroque carving, so one of the few which has survived quite well. So this is a crucifix which is in Narva main church now, of the Transfiguration of our Lord. So this is the works of the Italian master. And the second, because the year 1659 was important because there was a fire in Narva, so only a few buildings survived. Also, the church is burnt. So we don't really have a reason to look for earlier wood carving. So this is one of the first ones. And this one of the first ones that survived really well. But many of them have not survived. And so Simon Syferson, for example, so this is the benches in Narva town hall. It's been destroyed. And this is St. John Church and the pulpit. So they also had very impressive benches. So it was a box, really. So we looked at the interesting details there to see if there was anything survived. But then we reached a picture frame. So this photo of a picture frame which was in Narva St. John Church. It was the German-speaking congregation. You can read this from 1738 and has been donated by the one of the most important traders in Narva. And so there was a portrait of him as well. So of this Gerhard Arps. So this is a very large scale Baroque frame. And we had very good finding of the source, which takes us to this master. So this was in Tallinn. So we started to find out the provenance in Tallinn. So 1748, carver Rabe, whose wife Magdalena complained to the court that the husband is drinking too much and is hitting her and chasing her with a knife. So things have gone so bad that she wanted a divorce. So there are many witnesses there as well who stood witness, said that this wood carver Rabel drinks and is rowdy. And the witnesses said that they have not witnessed the chasing with a knife. And so they took statements from Rabe as well, and who was witness against the wife, that the woman is really bad, that he's a nice guy, he attends church, but started drinking after he got married because of the wife. It's interesting to see what the decision was. The suggestion was to take a break, so to separate for a while, and maybe that will solve this issue. But the court documents, this extensive material which is there from this fight is, so there's a list of works of 10 years of his carvings. So this is the only list we have for such a long term. So we know what a wood carver did in Tallinn. So mostly it was furniture items, also stands for wigs, because they had a sort of head-shaped wig stand for the Baroque wigs. So they were also very nicely carved wig holders. And then he was also working on the altars for the church. So this is one of the items in the list, is an altar for a Finnish church. So this is interesting. So that they took the works to Finland from Tallinn. So it's the wood paneling. And the most expensive item in the list is Narva councilman, alderman, who had ordered 2 picture frames. So the price was $52, and so this helps us to connect these items from the Baroque period through this historic picture, also the wood carver. So it was very good provenance, although it's a sort of somewhat sad and funny story behind it.
So here you can see a photo where both of these frames feature. At first we had a picture with just one frame in the east corner of the church, but behind the pillar you can actually see the other frame. So there was a bit of a confusion. Do we have the pieces of 2 frames because they were identical, or just one? But a photo, maybe some of you can suggest. This came from the Russian language Wikipedia. The St. John's Church, how it looked after the war, where these pieces were brought out. You can see that not all windows are broken. Maybe the frames somehow preserved, and a lot of other things. The chandeliers, So what has happened to them? Maybe some of you know. But thanks to this picture frame, or the altar frame, and thanks to the picture, we could place some of the details, and then there was some surplus, which stylistically come from an earlier period, the end of the 17th century, the canthus ornaments. This led to the other church that perished, the Transfiguration of our Lord, a cathedral that had been a Lutheran congregation in the Swedish era, and from that time there was a lot of interior decorations that were Lutheran. The pulpit was Lutheran, and behind the gates you can see the altar wall from the 17th century. There are no good photos of that, for an understandable reason. Otto Gletzer was also able to take a picture with the gates closed, only of the upper part, something that can be seen, because these gates are not opened on any occasion, were not even opened for the photographer. There is only one photo with the gates open, and you can see the altar. And here, where we compared this quite blurry photo, most of the remaining details came from this work of art. Here you can see these garlands on the side and the capital, a piece of the oval frame. So there were dozens of these pieces which come from this altar. And we also know the master. There is no reference in sources that this altar was made by Anton Ekmayer, but there are a few other things where we have actual sources, actual references. We know things that Ekmayer did in Narva. He came to Narva in 1669 from Lübeck, and actually he came from southern Germany, which is interesting, a slightly different background and a different artistic style, different visual language. And this picture frame, made in 1668, as I know, it is known that it was commissioned from him. And in St. John's Church, the baptism bowl was also made by him. And as a renowned Swedish art historian in the 1930s studied Narva Baroque heritage, he also attributed the altar to Anton Ekmayer because of the style, because the ornaments are very similar, and the heads of the photos are similar. So on the basis of the photographic material, we don't have reason to suggest anything else. There were at least 4 works by this master in Narva: the altar wall in St. John's Church, the altar wall in Transfiguration of our Lord Church, and a Baroque painting, and then this baptism bowl. So he's a fascinating master whose story we might study further. We have some sources in Narva archives, but we haven't yet managed to study that thoroughly, and I can't go deeper into that here. But at the end of our research, we stumbled upon an interesting photo in the collection of Narva Museum. Here you can see the Church of the Transfiguration of our Lord and the altar. The triumph gates are gone, but the altar wall remains. Some details are already missing. It seems that some of the sculptures are in the collection now have been removed when this picture was taken. So most of the details that are in the collection now have been removed when this photo was taken. And when you look at the light coming through the window, you can see that the vault is already destroyed, but the altar wall is intact to a great extent. it would have been conservable at the time. But we're happy that we have even those pieces that we have. And the other picture is of the same church, the Eastern Wall in 1953, approximately the year when these Baroque pieces were given to the museum. It's a bit suspicious story who gave these pieces to whom, but here in this picture you see this couple sitting on the church ruins. Slightly Tarkovskian view. But the role of such small details, loose details, is really big when you think about research into Narva wooden Baroque. Sten Garling then in the 1930s dealt with it where it was still intact, and with the material heritage very often people deal more with that which has preserved. And in addition to him or after him, no one has really thoroughly dealt with the Narva wooden Baroque. And very often people simply quote him. But rediscovering this as an art historian, this gives me reason to take a new look at Narva Baroque and make different kinds of studies of polychromy, of material. There is a master's thesis being made in the Estonian Academy of Arts on the Baroque in Narva by Martin Lepvald, and this will be defended probably later this year. So finding such pieces also inspires people to study further. And another aspect that Narva wooden Baroque details inspire in the context of this exhibition is the question what the role of museums is in war and after war, and the collection work they do, how great their role is in keeping memories of these heritage sites. So a church, what remains of a church is 100 loose items. So when Narva was bombed, these loose items were plenty. And as you can see in this picture, there are more details that were intact. They could crop up somewhere again. I went to a second-hand shop or antiquities shop in the Baltic railway station, and there was a detail from a stove from Narva, for example. They sell things like that in antique stores. And of course, the museum had very little capacity for collecting these items under such huge crises, but the role was definitely immense. So I will finish my presentation here, and I would like you to ask me questions. Thank you. Zurab has a question. Thank you for coming to Narva and for studying Narva Baroque, and your team. Thank you to your team. So when you continue your studies and your research, at the time of the project, I didn't know that, but the Church of the Transfiguration of our Lord, the greatest number of items were removed during the second evacuation. It were given to St. Nicholas Church. So there is hope that some of that is still remaining somewhere in an Orthodox church. So during the second evacuation, the bishop followed the cars to Tallinn and opened the doors, and members of the congregation packed how much they could under this crisis. They loaded it on trucks and were taken to Nicholas Church in Vene Street, and they gave these items there. What their fate is another issue, and we are not sure. St. John's Church was the toughest case. The door was closed was locked, and Kotkas and others didn't break the door. And during the second evacuation, the door was closed, and the third as well, so they couldn't save anything from there. That's interesting, what things can play a role. Any other comments or questions? So I would ask myself. So you have a certain amount of elements, pieces. There has been a painting, and a world has been broken into pieces. And of the pieces, you only have a few that are still left. Isn't it somehow liberating, this effect, that you can do not only qualitative research and think only about where it belonged or where this piece come from, and if you find no photos, then you don't know. But you can also quantitatively look at a huge amount of material that you can analyze from a different point of view. Of course, there can be this obstacle that if we do not know the background of this piece or the period when it was made, it's difficult to put it into context. If we don't know when it was made, then it's very difficult to put it into this bigger picture, to suggest when it was used and so on. But it's always useful if we have the context for a fragment. But it's true that, and you're right, these fragments have a value of their own. Maybe, especially in the museum context, they help to tell the story of Narva from a different angle, and the story of the war to illustrate that. With this Baroque picture frame, it's possible to restore the missing pieces and turn it into a Baroque frame. What would be the value? You would just have another Baroque value. There are a Baroque frame. There are plenty of these. I think its value is even bigger because it's in pieces. The museum can tell different stories with the help of those pieces. The Rabe story, quite tragicomic, and the evacuation stories, and so on. And I can add that we meant pigment studies, and Narva wooden Baroque, as far as I'm concerned, is a good example of how many different approaches can be used, because we started by the keepers of our collections brought the pieces out. We started looking at the objects, the pictures, photos. We had to go through a lot of material. But we knew when gold was used, when silver was used. So I suggest that you look at our homepage. One of the topics that we chose for a lecture was fragmentariness, how to approach the heritage that we have in fragments only. So maybe you can draw some parallels with archaeology, for example. With archaeologists, they never try to glue all the pottery together again. Are there any questions or comments? If not, then an applause. And this was the last presentation today. Thank you to all the speakers. But this is not the end of the day yet. We will have a break for 15 minutes, and in 15 minutes we will gather here again. There will be more people standing here in front of you, and they will be included in a discussion where also all those in the audience can add their questions and thoughts. So let's meet here again at 4 sharp. Dear listeners, dear participants, presenters, now we are in the format where the circle of speakers is broader, and listeners can also participate We have a kind of panel discussion for which we have invited the following people here, 4 experts. As we can see, they have already taken their seats. Maria Smorževskihh-Smirnova, head of Narva Museum. Linda Lainvoo is here, an expert in crisis. Heritage expert Madis Tuuder. The Association of Estonian Museums, Anu Viltrop, another museum expert. And I will also sit next to you here. The aim or the questions of this conference have been, how do military conflicts influence our cultural heritage? What are the experiences and the possibilities to defend or protect that heritage during the war and after it? And maybe we should start broader. For example, I am not really closely linked to the sphere of museums, so let's shortly discuss what is heritage. I checked online that everything that is worthy of being preserved in a culture and passed on to future generations, items, buildings, phenomena, ecological communities, working procedures, folklore, and so on. And what is regarded heritage depends on the values in society. So heritage is something that we decide that it's heritage. Am I on the right track here? Or do you feel that it's something else? If you want to speak, then we evidently need a microphone. You all have your own microphones, okay? I would like to make a small statement first, because we have been speaking about Ukraine and a lot. And I was really touched by the last incident in Kharkiv, where a son and father rescuers were killed because there was a second missile. I'm a firefighter by training. I know how houses burn, how homes are destroyed. And I would like to suggest for a moment to reminisce the rescuers in Ukraine who have been killed. They were doing their job. Thank you. So, my question again, do we agree on what we decide? Do you agree that we decide what is heritage and what needs to be preserved? This is an experience of generations. These are also emotional decisions that decide what we categorize as heritage. And on the example of Narva Museum, we can say that heritage depends on also the political situation. What was there in Soviet times, it's a fact. So we now have to decide, set priorities. What from that period, for example, is priority? What is heritage? Is it unique? Or are there duplicates to this heritage? In Soviet times, usually we dealt with mass production. And also it's important who is the owner of this item. Maybe it's in the family collection. How this person was linked to a specific location. So this is sort of a micro history within the bigger history plays its role. Microhistory is the history of one particular person or his or her family. People, emotions, heritage. So many questions, but maybe this is just by way of introduction. You asked a very difficult question, so maybe we should discuss what is culture. We can say that culture is something that is in a museum as heritage. For me, culture, to a great extent, is the way we think, the way we live, the way we communicate, the way we make decisions, what we regard as important or not, how we make friends, how we keep our friends. And heritage in that context is perhaps only a medium through which you can look into the past and into the future and tell different stories. And today we will, of course, have politics in the picture, because every museum needs to have its collecting policy. You have to have the principles on the basis of what you make your collection, for what you collect the items, the material, heritage, and the stories, and the things that we see in these items and the contexts in which we place the items and stories. That depends on the time we're living in. As a former heritage official, once a heritage protector, always a heritage protector. But the context that Anu finished with, Mattis and I have seen a lot these heated discussions, what is worth preserving, what isn't. This is a very emotional topic. People have different ways of dealing with trauma, which is quite evident. They have different approaches to trauma. And when it regards the Soviet heritage, then we can all agree that it is heritage, but the discussion is whether it's worthy being preserved. It's good that you included the word trauma. In my family, I have experienced trauma from my grandparents' generation. The destruction of the city was a trauma. Then the next trauma is the disappearance of the Soviet Union. It's the next generation's issue. In my family, it was not that much of a topic, but the destruction of this previous city was a serious trauma in my grandparents, and they brought me up. So that trauma remained in them to the end. Trauma has different level. It has an individual level, but it has a societal level. So there are also cultural traumas. An ethnic group, a nation looks at history and heritage also through these traumas. These are things that are not spoken about, things that hurt. And we have mentioned Ukraine before. Ukraine is close to my heart as well. And as a society, something has changed because of this war, because this war touches us and we understand it and it's close to us. And looking at my acquaintances in Ukraine, soldiers there, how they change as human beings. So this all links into the topic of what is culture, what is worthy of being preserved, and all that changes. When I view myself, having visited Ukraine, and when I am in Ukraine, something starts to change in me too. I stop being emotional about some things. Some things seem insignificant, because when we speak about cultural heritage or museums, the human being is still the most important factor there. What a person sees and experiences is the most important thing. So this, again, reaffirms this idea that we have, that what we value depends on us. Narva's example, there was this former city that doesn't exist anymore. And maybe the majority don't need it, so we don't need that past. So who should keep that heritage, preserve that heritage? So how do we handle that? Maybe a portion of the inhabitants don't even think that we need this old Baroque town. So does that mean that we don't? Today, this is a topic, of course, but we can live without it. Because the inhabitants are used to this new town. There is some kind of a yearning for this old Narva. And I see that in my work as well. Of course, they do have that yearning, but they manage quite well without it. I don't see anyone having an issue with that. There are certain groups of people who cultivate this. It's clear that they don't have enough money. But the inhabitants of Narva can do well, just fine without it. They are used to this kind of Narva. The presentations that we'll listen to, especially the ones on Ukraine, and the last one, which was about the physical pieces of old Narva, you will never manage to restore the whole, despite the fact that the pieces exist. So if we have an environment, a building, a complex, destroyed, demolished heritage, may not have this hierarchy effect. For example, at the moment, I am here in a hotel who are not from Narva, who come here from other towns. They have to be here at 10. You have to arrive the night before because you don't have a car. So this hotel is new. And on the walls, this is in Narva, and they have pictures of old Narva. So it's somehow part of the canon that you yearn after this. And it might have the opposite effect, that this is the picture in our minds. Then we appreciate the contemporary world less, saying that it's not as valuable as that. I'm not a heritage protection specialist, but I think it's very typical of people to cope with changes, which is difficult, in a way that they mourn certain things. They want to commemorate or remember something that was before. So I think this is a nice gesture that we commemorate what was there before. And especially in this context, when it doesn't exist anymore. And when I think about the new generations, when I think about my children, with those examples, I can explain what has happened in Estonia, why we are where we are. Because they also sense a kind of anxiety. They ask different questions, and sometimes these questions are difficult to answer. And I would like to add and bring in another word, is phantom pain. In the context of Narva, we have spoken about it before. The phantom pain concerns those who remember the old Narva, and the other is grief. From my grandparents, I remember both. I remember phantom pain and I remember grief, and these are two different phenomena. They were young people growing up in this city, and it's clear that for them it's very difficult that this city doesn't exist anymore. If Narva is bombarded today, 53,000 people, especially young ones living here, will not want to live here because they see their life taken to pieces. And we have seen this before in Narva. And it's obvious that half of them, or maybe even more, whether they are allowed or not, if they could come back, they will. Because the living environment that they knew has been destroyed, like in Mariupol and in other cities. It is emotionally difficult for people to return. I know it from my grandparents. When your home doesn't exist anymore, when the city that was your home doesn't exist anymore, that you were used to, and they build a new town on the same place, it's emotionally very difficult. I personally have not been through this, but I know this from the experience of my grandparents. I would like to ask the audience if there's anything you like to say or add or comment. Please grab a mic. The first question, what is cultural heritage? In the museum, we had a discussion, a peculiar one. I would like to ask your opinion. The ministry wants us to draw up all kinds of lists and lists of priorities. If there is a situation of crisis, what are the 10 things that we want to remove at once? So every colleague has had his or her own list. So we had this dilemma. So we don't know really how to go on from here. Some of us think we should save the portrait of Peter I. The other one thinks a painting by Vazovsky. The third thinks Voldemar Noormägi, painting Noormägi's painting. And the fourth thought that the flag of Narva. So the question of what is a cultural heritage, what you mentioned in the context of Narva, it's also influenced by the background and the information space where people live. Or is there something that I have misunderstood? So what is your comment on that? I think this is not just the context of Narva. What you mentioned here, that the decision what is cultural heritage and is what is worthy of preservation is made by the people today here, the decision makers of today. Tomorrow there will be a different decision, and yesterday the decision was again different. So I'd rather say, and having drawn up these lists and being quite an advocate of prioritizing, in many cases these issues are solved in discussions and arguments. And these are also practical issues. If we have certain things that physically we can't move, then we'll make a different choice. This is the point where this ideal world and the practical world meet. But having heated discussions on this topic is perfectly all right. And you have this privilege today that you have time. On a personal level, again, this is my refugee background, refugee help background. If you have to leave your home, what are the 3 things you take with you? Then the United Nations Refugee Board has made different exhibitions. And the story of a Ukrainian girl, she was from Zaporizhzhia, she was living in Kiev when the war began. And she woke up early in the morning because of explosions and decided with her friend that she needed to escape. And her concern was that she's a photographer. Her camera was at the other end of the city. So imagine all the anxiety happening there. She needed to go on foot through the entire city and get her camera. So these are personal decisions in many cases. And even if you have your collecting policy, you have some principles, if you start drawing a list of priorities, then these personal values will come into play. And these are the most important things for us. When we're a family or a museum or a society, then we have to look at it on a broader level and have these discussions on a broader level. So what are our priorities? There was a question from there. I work in this institution. I have been intrigued by this question in a slightly broader sense what is cultural heritage in general and what needs to be preserved and what's the role of the museum. And I would like to link this to the first film that we watched, how these exhibitions were organized and what is happening in Narva today. It was surprising that this management of that the museum's management have decided to keep this sign, the road sign, Russia and Ukraine. This was turned into an artifact. It doesn't have any artistic value, and the sign actually comes from Russia. So it became an artifact in all these exhibitions. So this is one extreme. Some object without any artistic or historical value, maybe there's some historical value, but there's no artistic value or aesthetic value. But on the other hand, when we look at Narva today, we have Igor Gurov's tile collection that is not conserved or displayed anywhere. So historically, it's truly valuable, but maybe it's not topical enough. And I will finish in a second. For example, the St. Peter's Church, the former iron fence of that church that is being stolen. One piece of it is stolen every year. And it's probably the only old church fence that is preserved. Again, that is not being conserved. And Igor Gurov's tile collection, but a stupid road sign is preserved with the words Ukraine and Russia. I can talk about that fence. So there is a person who can answer.
So talking about the sign, what does it mean? This came to our museum that when after our army went to Kursk Oblast, we had the operation in Kursk. And then our director and photographer also went to Kursk, to the city of Sudzha. So they spent about a week there. So after our expedition returned, and we gave the sign back that, yes, indeed, Ukraine is not Russia. Our paths are different. We had an exhibition as well. So we showed a short film about this. It was called Outside Your Homeland. So Kursk Oblast at the time was part of Ukraine. So once these lands became a Russian territory, people wanted to go back. And this is why there are so many people who live there who still speak Ukrainian. And so the director wanted to stress that this is why we're special. And in our archives, we have in the National Archives, we have a lot of maps. So, and they had never been part of the exhibition. So for the first time over the last 100 years, we're able to show them so that the guests could see that on the map, the same area where the war is raging now, it used to be Ukraine. So we bought it all from Russian territory, from Kursk. So I hope everybody can hear me. So if we talk about cultural heritage, what does it mean? So what it is, what we decided to rescue during the first days when there were battles for Kostooma and when the Russian troops were approaching Kiev. So then we probably see the heritage in a different way. But first we started rescuing the artifacts that we knew that once the Russians will enter Kiev, they will destroy them. So these are the artifacts which talked about a fight for freedom or a fight against Russian occupational forces. So that means that all the data we had regarding our fight against Russia, which was prohibited by the Soviet Union, they were very important documents. And during the first days of the war, we decided to evacuate. So we were documenting and evacuating all these documents. We sent them all to Western Ukraine, and some of them are actually abroad, just in case. So the heritage we have to make sure it survives can be different, but we're not Russia, we're different. We have a different national identity. And I would like to add, so thank you very much. Juri also talked about this sign, because there are gaps there. Well, you can see bullet holes in there. So this is not just a sign, but it's actually something which really represents the war. And in this video, I don't know how important it was, because maybe us as museum staff, we have a different sense on it. We don't need the words, we can look at it and we can understand it. So, because there was an idea of creating new sense out of the missions. So, because they had to change very quickly their short-term and long-term goals. So they had to choose between the family and museum, because at 9 o'clock in the morning they had to go to a museum in order to start rescuing. As you could see in the film, they had to start rescuing the heritage. Because there are many emotions. Because they evacuated the artifacts because Russian forces were 100 kilometers away, so it was a huge 8-lane motorway, but there was only one lane for civilian traffic, and they had to take out some museums which came from Belgium, and so they risked with their lives. So, but if something is threatening to our life, we can't really understand it, because we don't understand that our modern problems are nothing compared to these problems, which our colleagues face. So at the time of crisis, you're fighting. It's life and death. You have to forget about your personal life, because you want to keep something for the next generations. Yes, indeed, we can see that the meaning is given by the people who actually are alive at the time. So the Ukrainians, with very clear arguments, have decided that this is important, then this is how it is. But let's go to the practical museum work. So I listened to these presentations and I was thinking about this, because museums should be nice and institutions for education that you can come with children different ages who would learn something from the past, maybe link it to the modern days. But it's a nice and safe place where it's likely to be, it's a nice place to be. But if the times are getting hard and the museum is not becoming difficult, but, for example, joins the resistance and will start actually acting as an opposition, then it changes the task of the museum. Because if we looked at the exhibitions which have been organized by the military museum in Ukraine, then these exhibitions carry a very clear message. And it can be more of an art project. But museums will have a lot of different tasks. so good because the museum is supporting your mental well-being, because it's a space where you can think, you can experience something, to get into enthused by something, but the ICOM, the museum definition, which we are all striving for, actually very clearly refers to the task of the museum, where they would have to get engaged to the communities who are working in this field to help with the processes. So the museum is not something in vacuum, but they have agency and in the society, so they are not neutral. And post-truth society, there is we know that we have had verified information.
But should we say, maybe the word controlled spreading of information is not a good word. I understand this word in this context. It suits here. But this historical narrative is actually very difficult to present. I have personal contact with that. I have made exhibitions in the museum, and this is difficult. And I wouldn't like to use the word controlled or checked, because it suggests that there is some kind of a supervisory institution. Maybe fact-based is better. But even that is difficult to do. Having compiled many exhibitions myself and also written articles where it's difficult to choose what is, so to say, in inverted commas, correct or right and what is wrong. In such cases, especially when you speak about history, when you speak about technical gadgets, it's one thing. But speaking about history is difficult. What kind of sources you have, what kind of data is available. Do you believe these sources? I have seen documents that have been forged. And at first I have believed in their correctness. But actually it turns out they were forged documents. So this is how information has been disseminated. So I'm not arguing against you, but I'm just saying that actually this is a very complicated issue depending on what period you are addressing. I have dealt a lot with the late 40s and 50s. From the late 40s, there were very few documents on Narva, and you can only get access to parts of these documents. 50s are better. End of 50s, 57, 58 is already better. There are systematized documents, and actually they are true. Before that, there are massive amounts of forged documents, and I have had to doubt, and I have been in trouble identifying whether they are forged or not. So of course you have now the issue how you can extract from those documents and those sources the information that you want to put on a stand. But I would like to come back to the possibly altering task of museums. In the Ukrainian presentations, we saw that the topics that you are dealing with now in Ukraine, nobody would have thought about these issues 5 or 7 years ago. So the projects that you're making, the displays that you're making, this is what Narva Museum also did. This exposition of the Second World War, we know it had an impact. When we think about in 2012, on a warm summer night, Juku-Galeraid put a poster or a banner featuring Putin, and that was a huge scandal. And now the Narva Museum is doing the same, and it seems okay. So in 10 years, the situation has completely changed. So I claim, or I ask, this direction that things have taken now, in a crisis or in war, the direction is different than just going on functioning as a museum and not just saving collections, is completely different than in peacetime. Maria, I'm sure, can comment and yes. I just wanted to say that having a banner is not that easy. Katri can comment because we know the social media sources of the city, how complex and aggressive discussions are being held. And I myself and the museum is constantly being attacked, but we are part of the city. But we are in a fortress, so we are protected. At this moment in time, we don't have to evacuate our assets, so we are fine. This has been done in Ukraine, of course. Is there anything that, learning from Ukraine's experience, there are the most impressive objects in the display could be a road sign. And this is necessary in that moment. And other items, maybe more academic approaches need to lose. Maybe we have to simplify our message. Being also a teacher, I teach the history of Narva to secondary school students. And I have been doing this for quite a few years. I know who the students are. They are doing well. They are nice young people. Education, and once again, education is important. And not just teaching them facts, but explaining young people. This is something that works, and I have been doing this. And successful, I think. I have really great students, and they are all Russian-speaking children. So seriously, if they are explained things, and if you talk to them, and you deal with them, then this brings results. And this is not just about school children. You can generalize that. Speaking about museums, again, I'm not a museum specialist, but as a consumer of culture, I wouldn't oppose the academic approach and the road sign approach, the symbol that we're using here today. It's a very good symbol. But I think that the museum is a place where intellectually, in an ideal case, these two opposing sides are intertwined, and the stories are told in a way that reaches this non-academic consumer as well. Maybe not made edible, as is said in Estonian, but you can still enjoy this new knowledge. You can get new experiences, and it offers you also this intellectual or mental side. You have this choice to think differently. This is the foundation that enables you to have a different opinion, even if your opinion opposes someone else's, and that's normal. But it gives you an opportunity, as Linda said, even on an academic level or in an academic sphere, to be in opposition. But it doesn't mean violence. Thank you. Anu? And this was something that was here 10 years ago in Estonia. Museums were institutions that reflected society even then. And exhibitions are different. Looking at history from today's perspective is difficult. You have to make sure what facts you believe and what not. Many exhibitions are preceded by years of study before an exhibition is born. It's the work that the visitors don't see. They may maybe see 10 or 20 lines, but actually this was preceded by a huge amount of research work. So museums need to react fast to what is going on in society, to push some discussions, to nudge some value space, to take position. Museums don't need to be neutral. They can have their own position and their stand, and they can use their tools and measures. So this is another characteristic of a democratic society, and we should appreciate having museums who quite independently and freely are able to spread their message and to deal with the topics that they want to deal with. No research institution or museum can't be neutral anyway. Does anyone wish to add anything from the audience or comment? Then the next question we might discuss. We heard again on the example of Narva, and this is just one example, that when you have to evacuate something, are we in a situation, are we evolved enough that we have better ways of dispersing collections from the situation of crisis and sort of stuff everything into small cellars dispersely? There are discussions whether museums should have two central repositories. Seems absurd. There are also discussions of 3 different buildings, and all these repositories that we have now will not go anywhere that we have in the National Museum, in the History Museum in Tallinn. There will be dispersion of collections, and if we're in a situation where we have to evacuate something somewhere, a special museum repository buildings will have easier logistics, because a war situation is a war situation. But today I would say that we are in a situation where in the visible future we will have power cut-offs, floods perhaps. Linda is an expert in that field. Today we are facing such crises, and the majority of our collected or preserved items are not in very good conditions. There are only a few buildings that have been built as museums, repositories that have been built for storing items. So other museums are, so to say, handmade. And another concern that museums have is that we would like to collect things systematically, and also we would like to collect items from the Soviet period, but we don't have anywhere to put them. So Anu included all these central topics. Exactly, logistics. At the moment when you need to move things, trust me, from an old attic, you will move things much slower out of that attic than from a center built with logistics in mind. And what I referred to in my presentation is that no, there is no tailored solution, one suit fits everybody solution. We have to assess our risks and weigh what is a bigger risk. There are collections being destroyed because they are in an environment where they shouldn't be. And the issue of dispersion and saying that don't put all your eggs in the same basket, no, you don't do that. But you have to take into account that the better part of collections are in displays, expositions, and these are dispersed all over the country. So I rather prefer this approach that heritage should be preserved in special repositories. And do we have any other measures? Then digitizing and documenting is something that is crucially significant, because when something happens, if war reaches us, evacuating collections that Russia is doing in occupied areas in Ukraine, it's very difficult for Ukraine to prove that they were the owners of these items. It's important to have digitized material. Quality photos of our collections is an important part. Digitalization is important from the heritage protection view, because heritage protection starts where fantasy ends where fantasy starts. But if we have properly digitized material on buildings, it is much easier to restore them if they have been damaged. So we should definitely pay more attention to that. There are, of course, a million tiny details that you have to pay attention to, and we will not go into detail here. But maybe I would also like to add that heritage is valuable together with the context. Baroque wooden pieces are curiosities, but they change in the context if we know where they come from, when they were made, who made them. They become so much more valuable. And if we have things documented and digitized, and hopefully in the near future, taken also across the border or doubled there, then of course the item itself is important and people want to see the physical items, but without this narrative, there is little we can do with them. My father had several passports. If you are undocumented as a person because of the circumstances, you don't exist. And it's the same with items. We spoke about it today in the cafe, that if your documents are not okay, in the sense that you have been deported or you have fled into the woods and you are a child of such parents, and then your documents are not okay, even as an adult, then basically you don't exist. So you don't exist. So how about digitizing? Are there any advancements here? Are museums' collections being digitized, or are we just speaking about it? MUIS actually exists, and we are pioneers in the world. In that sense, today, it seems to me, I don't work with MUIS, so I'm sorry if I'm... I think today we are slightly not up to date there. Technology has advanced so much, but the digitizing capabilities have become cheaper, better accessible, and there are possibilities to cooperate with universities here. I was in a situation where the technical university turned to me. They wanted to give their students something interesting to 3D model, so I directed them to the sculpture collection of the Art Museum of Estonia so that they would have something to 3D model. But preserving digital items also means resources, investments, and that is where we are not up to date. So we have many good ideas, but not enough money, and perhaps also not enough people. But money is, of course, also an issue. And as far as technology is concerned, I have experience in national development projects. Our systems are big, they are slow, and this technology development demands great agility.
I believe that a lot of media has been digitalized quite well, even from the Soviet era, but this is going to continue. And so my digital archive is quite strong. But if we talk about digitation and media, because these are 2D, so if you're honest, if you're here, if you can actually talk about it, whether I use some other technologies. It seems to me that we can't get too far with digitalization for getting the hard copy, because the paper has shown that it's surviving quite long. So if Arnold Soome had not created these catalogs, so then because of these papers, we're able to find out what the options are. But of course, I'm not a digital specialist. So because all this information, you can be destroyed in one click of the button. So sometimes the data can be changed in databases. So you have to also talk about the context, because there's been some issues with databases as well. We know a case in the Museum of Literature from the 90s. There are a few collections are digitized. They're in 3 different locations. I can't tell you what the locations are. I don't even know. One is in Finland, and one is somewhere else. And the saving or copying was a duplicate, was a separate operation before we had the Literature Museum collection in the National Museum. So I know that there are 3 places, maybe 4. I can see there is somebody who wants to take the floor.
Mikrofon.
Ja, olen Dmitri.
So previously we talked about the role of the museum in the contemporary world. So looks like history is not about fact, but it's about belief, about faith. I believe this is the right history, this is the wrong history, and so forth. So what should be the change of the role of the museum in this situation? And how can you get to the people who just don't believe it? Maybe that's the best question for Karel. I think that history has never been a story of facts, because it's always when somebody writes down a chronicle, is somebody studying something, then they're always based on their own background, what is their own position. And if a researcher wants to be very objective, then whatever topic they will choose for the research is interest-based. So they are subjective. So if we want to put a picture together, then we need to have different points of view. But this is the same thing, that if the family, if we talk about the event which happened many years ago, then always it turns out that everybody has a different recollection. So I suppose this is true for history. But the museum today is basically media. It's part of media. So would it be temporary or permanent? But it's still media. So before it was seen as some sort of dusty, fact-based history, but a museum today, if you look at the Estonian museums, they're all different. Then it's a medium. It's an educational institution. So it gives forwards information the same way as any local newspaper does. So that means that they have this role today, and in Narva Museum is the same. Maybe Maria will not be able to agree. I will also check if anybody else wants to comment. So if the colleagues, if you think that it's a very good exhibition, and then you say, what's new? So because it's not often our choice, but the media's choice. So exhibition is an article. So basically, it's an article. So if we look at the current exhibitions, but the text has to be legible. So the visual side has to work, of course. So it seems to me that we need another hour to discuss it, whether it's a media or museum is something else. So, but museum through exhibitions and education programs is intermediary between the past and the future. That is definitely true. And it's a newspaper. Okay, we can speak for another hour. Anything to add? So if nothing to further to add, I would like to thank. There was somebody else. Be brief. So perhaps when you talked about it already, but still. We have this term which we use, which is the post-memory. Because if we talk about the past, think about the generation who were not the witnesses of this past. So how does the museum work with these young people? And maybe museum is media. And we have to understand that the older generation, the younger people, consume the media in very different ways. So when it comes to modern museum, then how do you operate with this memory when communicating with young people? So when we're think about the memory, so are we trying to put content into it? I think this question was already answered because about their own experience, how they work with the Russian-speaking young people. And right now, it is very nice that quite many years we have had this kind of source critical approach at schools, which is widespread. I don't know how efficient it is, maybe not always. Because we live in the framework of disinformation. There is also AI, which creates it as well. So, but now we are facing many new challenges, and before we were not aware of it. So I think there are new discoveries to be made in the future. When it comes to the museums in Estonia, then we are also looking at the curriculum, and we base our educational program on those. So we can help the teachers and help the students to learn better and to make sure that they acquire all these materials sufficiently well. But a different survey show that in a familiar setting, the students learn better, so that you can also offer them experience-based education. They can look at things, they can hear stories, there's micro-histories, but you don't want it to make them uncomfortable, so that means that they have to come to the museum quite often. Quite many years ago, we had the educational programs in museum which will offer emotion first, because a child will take the emotion first, and that is very important. It's good we can offer that there's something special, something in the museum, and then they'll definitely come back. I agree. Because if they find the experience is pleasant for them, then you can add other things on top of that. I agree what was said before, and I'm always happy that if I can go to a museum and learn something new in a safe environment. And with this positive emotion, we would like to finish here today, so I'd like to thank you all for coming. And this is the end of today's conference. And I'd like to remind you that we have had a recording of this event, and you can see it again on YouTube for Narva Museum. Have a good evening, everybody, and let's see you in the museum.